Mic 1 check. Mic 4 check. Mic 5 check. Mic 6 check. Mic 10 check. Mic 11 check. Mic 12. Staff mic 1 check. Huh? Yeah. Staff mic 2 check. Podium mic check. Two signs for the cell phones are great. Clerk mic check. Wireless mic check. Wireless mic 2 check.
Great. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, June 21st, Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Could we have a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Askew, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Lopez and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections for closed session today?
There are none today, Chair.
Thank you. Then we'll take closed session items number 1, A through F. Are there any board or public comments on anything on the closed session agenda? Seeing no one?
And there are no hands raised.
Very good. Okay, then we will, excuse me, then we will recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and we'll reconvene at 10:30. But not before I call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Do we have a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Askew, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Lopez and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Could we have the additions and corrections? Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none today, Chair.
Thank you very much. Then we will have closed sessions, item number .1. Any member of the board wish to make comments? Any member of the public wish to make comments? Seeing none, I will recess the Monterey County Water Resources Agency for closed session and will reconvene at 10:30. Thank you so much. See you at 10:30.
There shouldn't be. Yeah, it's pretty thick, but
There's a microphone in the meeting still live, Valerie.
Does mine seem live? Oh, I thought I had it turned. Am I live?
Okay,
All right.
it's on again.
we don't
Mic test 1, 1, 2, 3. Mic test 4, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Mic test 5, 1, 2, 3.
Connections in back of the refrigerator, so that was kind of weird.
Yeah, that is.
Mic test 6, 1, 2, 3.
Clerk's mic.
Mic 10, 1, 2, 3. Mic 11, 1, 2, 3. Mic 12, 1, 2, 3.
Wireless mic 2.
Diego's mic.
Staff 1, 2, 3.
Testing.
Staff 1, 2, 3. Podium 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, everyone. It is Tuesday, June 21st, and I am happy to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Could I have a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Askew, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And if we could please have our interpreter give his introduction.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de interpretación, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. También hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Salas. And now we are going to have our Pledge of Allegiance. And I will give a few remarks as we start in. Last week, we recognized Juneteenth. And now, in honor of International Surfing Day, this week, we've invited Peter Adame from our local chapter of the Surfrider Foundation to lead the pledge. The Surfrider Foundation is dedicated to the protection and enjoyment of the world's oceans, waves, and beaches for all people throughout a powerful activist network. Peter Adame is a Monterey resident who works to benefit the community professionally and in his personal time. He's the former outreach manager of the Monterey Bay Aquarium Seafood Watch Program and is now the director of sustainability for Luz America Foods and Monterey Bay Seafood, where he works to promote local sustainable seafood. Peter also supports the local fishing economy by being the site host of a community-supported fishery for the New Monterey and Cannery Row neighborhood and volunteers with the children's ministry at Shoreline Community Church. Finally, Peter is on the planning committee for Monterey Whale Fest and is on the board of the Monterey County chapter of the Surfrider Foundation, where he spearheads their ocean-friendly restaurant program. Peter, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Thank you, Supervisor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Peter. Now, are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you very much. So we will begin our time today with the ceremonial resolutions. Get back to my papers here. And there are 5, 3 of which are going to be presented. We will start by asking the board or the public if there are any comments on these agenda items, the ceremonial resolutions, before we move into our presentation mode. There anyone who wishes to comment on the resolutions?
Move approval.
Second. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could you please do a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And I'm going to make the first presentation followed by Supervisor Lopez. And the first presentation is for Donald J. Jacob Sr. I'll be right down. And do I have representatives from the here? Here we go. Hi, you're his daughter. Well, how delightful. Your father has led a wonderful life. And I'll just read a few highlights from it if that's agreeable. Donald J. Jacob Sr. was born in Salinas on July 6th, 1931. He was the second of 2 sons who were immigrants from Canton Ticino in Switzerland, graduated from Salinas High School in 1949. He started farming with the family after graduating high school, and he worked with Jacob Brothers, farming lettuce and sugar beets in the Salinas Valley. He married Lorraine Borba of Castroville in 1951. He went to UC Davis, graduated from the School of Agriculture in January of 1953, and began his lifelong dedication to public service when he enrolled in the U.S. Army that year. He served stateside and was honorably discharged in 1961. His strong sense of service continued with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, where he was recognized for his outstanding service as chairman of the ASC committee from 1967 to 73. His commitment to volunteerism and community was further extended beyond the local community to the Dodge Ridge ski area, where he served on ski patrol from 1973 to 95. Longtime ski patrol system winter emergency care instructor, he was the icon at Dodge Ridge Ski Report and one of those keystone instructors who influenced generations of ski patrol candidates. He advanced from candidates to ski patroller in 1973 and was elected to be the head of ski patrol 2 years later. He also served as on the Monterey County chapter of the American Red Cross. He also spent time working for 40 years with the California Rodeo Association in Salinas, including 28 years as a director from 1970 to 98. He also dedicated nearly 15 years of service to the California International Air Show here in Salinas on both ground operations and security. He volunteered countless hours at the Salinas Valley Memorial Hospital in the emergency room and was nominated by the Salinas Valley Memorial Hospital Service League for Volunteer of the Year in 1994. He was a local member of the Knights of Columbus, a lifetime member of the Salinas Elks Club, and a proud member of the Downtown Rotary Club, and was recognized with the Paul Harris Fellowship. He also enjoyed being a game official for high school and junior college sports, including football, basketball, track, and field. So therefore be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the county and all the residents thereof, does hereby honor the life and career of Donald J. Jacob Sr., a remarkable man who exemplified the very best of family and community services value. I'm very happy to present this to you, his daughter. And now we'll have Supervisor Lopez and CAO McKee.
Your Highness, would you please come up? Wow. That's it. Oh, let me get the right one here.
That's the last name, right? Brian Jacob?
Well, we'll leave ours on. That's most important. I'm not going to read all the whereases for Carol Cuellar. I think everybody knows Carol is the person that when you first come to the county, you meet. And I can't tell you how many people have said, you know, Carol was the first person I walked in and she was so nice to me. She said, she told me all about what the county is and what it's about. And they stayed. And Carol stayed and her sister stayed. It's amazing. Just the contributions that you made to Monterey County are invaluable. And I know that's a term that many people use, but I really mean it. And it's something that I personally have felt over the years. Excuse me, Mike. Something I personally have felt over the years. You spent many years in county council when I was county council. When I arrived as county council, you were there. You were the rock that I was able to lean on to say, how are we going to do this? What are we going to do next? Because this is a really sticky situation. 18 years, exactly. So for those people who don't know, Carol led the employment section basically of the county council's office and with the HR division. And by the way, Irma wishes she could be here, but she couldn't. So she asked me to step in, and because we obviously had a big connection with you and what you've done with the county, both of them, with county council and with HR. You've served both. And employment situations are really tough, as everybody in the county knows. And so when the tough employment situation would come about, everybody say, well, let's call Carol. She'll know what to do. And it's just been an immense privilege of mine to have worked side by side with you for so many years. And the benefit that you provided to me personally and to the county is something I will never forget. So thank you very much for everything.
I think the reso appropriately says it. There's actually a Carol quote in there. It's, I can help with that. And no matter what the challenge was that somebody was up against, you were ready to help. There was also one big piece that jumped out at me. I'm not big on the whereases usually, but you're local. You're an Alisal grad who went off to Fresno and then Bolt. You've done so much by coming home and serving your community. And I have something else to share. I want to say, obviously, thank you for your dedicated service to every resident of Monterey County, for being a key figure in the community of Spreckles, which is so key to my heart. And these are not from me. These are from, I won't say your better half, but I know that under circumstances, Ron couldn't be with us today. He reached out this weekend and we coordinated to make sure that these were flowers you could take home. And so I know that he has been such a big part of your support system and you a part of his. And I want you to know, for somebody from the outside watching in, it's been truly moving. And I appreciate who you are, not just here at the county as part of this family, but who you are at home and who you've been for him. I just want to say thank you and congratulations, Carol.
Desperately wanted to be. I stand here. I don't know.
I want to see royalty.
Oh. I know that we're going to ask to move very quickly, and I don't want to keep you here with a big speech, but I do want to say that I am so happy and pleased all here and have this recognition. When I walked in the county doors, I never imagined I'd be here 34 years, but you all kept me interested. I worked in several departments throughout the county, the longest being county council. And it really truly has been an exciting journey, really. And I'm very appreciative for the county and for all the opportunities it offered me. And it's just been wonderful. Just I've had a wonderful time here for the most part. Of course, it is called work, right? And there are so many of you that I will never forget. I have met many brilliant, intelligent, caring people who, and many of you, including Charles, were a mentor to me and helped me grow and develop in my career here. Very appreciative, and I thank you all.
Thank you so much and congratulations again. Thank you. now we'll have Supervisor Askew. Supervisor Askew will be presenting the B.B. Moore Campbell National Minority Mental Health Awareness Month in Monterey County.
Thank you. And I'll invite our representatives from the Village Project to come on up and join us. We have Mel Mason and Stacy Andrews here with us today. On behalf of the County of Monterey, we are presenting a resolution recognizing July as Bebe Moore Campbell National Minority Mental Health Awareness Month in Monterey County. And we're presenting this resolution this year to the Village Project, which is a local community-based organization that continues to be a lead organization in the California Reducing Disparities Project, phases 1 and 2, helping to bring about state-recognized, culturally and community-defined evidence practices as a means of providing effective cultural and identity-informed services for members of our BIPOC and LGBTQ+ communities. Bebe Moore Campbell National Minority Health Awareness Month has been recognized by both houses of Congress and is in recognition of a renowned African-American author and founder of the Greater Los Angeles chapter of the National Alliance for Mentally Ill, NAMI. Bebe Moore Campbell spent countless hours and days meeting with representatives and senators to highlight the need for a special month to highlight issues of disparities in mental health treatment for African Americans and other people of color that often lead to misdiagnoses and culturally incompetent treatment. Bebe Moore Campbell and the founding of the Greater Los Angeles chapter of NAMI utilized that chapter to further educate the public at large and BIPOC communities, specifically about the realities of mental illness in those communities, the importance of mental health treatment and care, and to reduce the stigma and cultural distrust of any government services that often deterred communities from seeking treatment. With this resolution today, we are affirming the County of Monterey's support for the month of July as Bebe Moore Campbell National Minority Mental Health Awareness Month. And we're calling upon all of our community organizations, our civil rights organizations, religious institutions, people and local governments to organize events and activities that serve to educate all communities about mental health and mental wellness and the continued reduction of institutional practices and cultural distrust and stigma that serve as barriers to care for communities of people who receive and who benefit from mental health treatment. And again, the Village Project has, here, I'm gonna pass this over to you. Okay. The Village Project is operating in Seaside, but serving the entire county, working to reduce stigma and increase access to care for all who need it. And our community is healthier and safer as a result of the work that you do, Mel, and I'll pass the microphone for any additional comments.
Good, thank you, Supervisor Askew. And to the rest of the members of the Board of Supervisors for adopting this resolution. By adopting this resolution, I think this serves as a reaffirmation and actually a call to action of this work. You know, this work is still needed. I think because of certainly our organizations and our organization, I like to brag on it, but other organizations throughout the state of California. We're part of a statewide collective that had as its mission, to reduce these disparities so that there were absolutely no impediments at all to people receiving, this kind of service. And I think we've come a long way. I think the disparities have been greatly reduced as a result of this collaborative work that we've all done. But we still have work to do. And so when we talk about reaffirmation, we're talking about a call to action for continued work for us to maybe ramp up that work, so that at some point in time, we have absolutely no disparities left for people of color and our brothers and sisters from the LGBTQ+ community in looking for, reaching for, and actually receiving these kinds of services. So, but one other note, and I've been executive director and clinical director of the Village Project for the last 14 years. We started the organization, my wife and myself. My wife is Regina Mason. And so I served in those dual capacities, and for a while I was actually the only therapist. But this organization is still around. And so starting July 1st, I'm going to give up one of my positions, which is executive director. And the next executive director is standing right next to me, and she is Stacy Andrews. So I'm going to have Stacy say a few words.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for the mentorship that both you and Regina have given me throughout the years. And thank you to everyone for recognizing the BB Moore Campbell Minority Mental Health Awareness Month. It's going to really help us in continuing to reduce the stigma and disparities within the African American and BIPOC community. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Take a quick photo.
Okay.
Thank you for the work that you do. It does make a difference in our community.
Thank you and congratulations, Mr. Mason and Ms. Andrews. Before we leave ceremonial resolutions, I was hopeful that we would be able to get Brian Jacob on the line. He was with us a minute ago. He's in Japan, and he wanted to make a few comments about his dad, but I'm fearful that he has dropped off and we're not going to be able. But if you could please let him know, let your brother know that we appreciate his efforts in making that award possible. So thank you so much for being with us today. And now I'm going to move forward with appointments. We have 11 of them today. Is there any member of the public who would wish to comment on the appointments? Or any member of the board that would wish to make comments on these appointments? I'm seeing no one coming forward. I'll entertain a motion to approve the appointments.
Move approval.
I'll second.
And a second. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. Thank you very much. And now we are going to go to our consent calendar, which has a whopping 74 items on it today. I think it's the largest one since I've been on this Board of Supervisors. But we will move forward with items number 30 to 101. And I'll start with my colleagues, and I will start with, let's just go ahead and do it by district. District 1, Supervisor Alejo, have you any items that you'd like to pull on today's consent calendar?
Not at this time.
Thank you so much. District 2, Supervisor Phillips?
I'm good.
Thank you. District 3,
43 and 44 for comment, and 46 as well.
43, 44, and 46. Supervisor Root Askew.
I just had a few for comment, 51, 84, 90, and 100.
I feel like I'm getting football plays here. Okay, so we'll start with items. Let's see. I think what we will do is these are going to be informational questions. Okay, then I think perhaps we should go through and take a motion to approve all of the. Okay, so do you want to go ahead and make your comments then?
Yeah,
And I'll
so
do the same with Wendy. Okay,
On
great.
43 and 44, those are contracts for additional animal services that are going to be rendered through CSUMB, and I believe, is it? Yeah. So with those, I think the only notice I wanted to share with the community is we're onboarding additional responsibilities for the county, but at this time our shelters are full. And it's time to be responsible pet owners. Please spay and neuter your animals. We don't have capacity for additional animals as much as we're taking on this additional responsibility. So I'm asking folks, especially with the 4th of July around the corner, when fireworks do drive pets away from homes and we see a lot more lost pets, please do the responsible thing. Keep your pets locked up appropriately on the 4th of July, but also spay and neuter. I do appreciate the fact that staff has been moving forward in putting together a more regional approach to animal services, which Supervisor Phillips and I have been happy to lead on. We've got some additional plans in the works, but I am thankful that these are coming forward. Just ask folks again, do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And did you also want to speak to?
46 is a question, which
46.
might,
Okay.
yeah.
Great. So I know that I also have some public comment, public items that wanted to be pulled, but why don't we go to Supervisor Root Askew first?
Thank you. Just wanted to make a couple comments on these. Item 51 is our amendment to or continuation of the contract with Vax Bay Area Community Services, which is operating the Shares Shelter. And I know I just want to acknowledge how much work went into getting that contract in place in the first place. It wasn't that long ago that we opened the Shares Shelter, and I'm really pleased to see that this new relationship is proving to be beneficial. So just wanted to say thank you to everyone who's worked so hard to welcome a new service provider into our community. 84 is a California Department of Transportation grant application for about $248,000. And I just wanted to comment, given our conversation during the budget hearings, that this application was completed with the technical assistance from Civic Well, which was a membership organization. Item 90 is the noise ordinance that we're going to be approving. And I just wanted to, again, thank staff for and the public for communicating with us and working with the board so that we can fine tune what is written into that ordinance. I know that there are many in the community, and I'm sure Supervisor Phillips hears regularly more often, who are concerned that this isn't going to be enough to get control of the concerns that have been shared with us. And I did just want to reiterate and express interest in continuing to receive updates so that we can monitor that particular, the effectiveness of this ordinance. And if there is a need to make additional changes in the future, that's something that I would like to know how it's going and what we need to do moving forward. And then on number 100 is the COVID-19 memorial design. And there was just one thing in the staff report that I wasn't sure if we have any policies on how board office budgets are determined, or how funds can be transferred out of district department budgets. And I don't think we're taking action to actually move money around in that item, but it was a question that came up as I was reading through the staff report. So whether that's a question that can be answered now or something that we can pick up later, just in terms of any policies that exist or any practices that we have for how supervisor budgets are managed. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudescu. Would you be prepared to answer that question?
Well, I'm not aware of any specific policy regarding individual offices. My understanding is that they are not individual budgets. There's a budget unit for the Board of Supervisors, and Mr. Vega or Mr. Woods can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but they're not individual budgets, but there's an expectation that each district would have the same amounts allocated to their offices. As far as a policy of how to use those monies outside of the individual offices and individual districts, I am not aware of a specific policy.
Thank you. And then if I could please go to the public comments or public issues on people who had the public comments on the consent.
There is one hand raised.
Okay, thank you very much. And is this the person whose phone number ends in 902? There we go. You've unmuted yourself. If you would please make your comments.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty.
Yes.
I wanted more information on items number 70 and 88, 92, and 95. And I wanted to make comments separately on these. Item number 70 is the Cruise IO contract. Where's the RF report? These are microwave antennas, cell towers. Where's the RF report? You're exposing children, little children, growing children, 24/7 while they're at school in close range and at their homes. And there's no RF report with this information. And there's no equipment list. What's the power output? How many watts of effective radiated power? What are the out of compliance areas? There's nothing. And then the names, the points of presence, that's a new PR term to me. These are microwave antennas, but I couldn't find a definition even of point of presence in the materials, and that's really shameful. The county is out of the loop and behind the times. You're deploying a dangerous technology that's been repeatedly shown to harm and kill. The cancer clusters exist at schools with antennas that are making kids sick and destroying their lives. The FCC lost the RF lawsuit on its exposure limits, including in the exposure to children and long-range exposure, and the FCC has so far taken no public action. and the FDA hasn't reviewed research since the 1990s. The NTIA is prioritizing wired internet. The CPUC is emphasizing wired internet. Maryland Education Advisory Council said to use wired internet and warn the public about wireless, and the New Hampshire legislature has now investigated 5G and wireless and issued a report warning about it.
Thank you for your comments on
I
item
want
number
to
70.
comment on 88, 92,
Yes,
and 95, please.
I know.
That's a separate comment. That's a
That's
separate
absolutely
comment.
correct. I completely agree with you. And if you could please tell me the numbers again.
88, 92, and 95.
Great. Okay, now if you could please go to 88.
I'll comment on all three of them together, and that will condense the time.
Thank you very much, Nina.
Recently, the county was asked again by a San Lucas resident why they don't have clean water. But the county has taken millions and millions of dollars for decades from residents, from the workers, from property taxes to bail out the multi-million-dollar homes around the lagoon every single year and caused ecological destruction in order to enable people who knowingly bought homes in a flood zone, homes that never should have been built in the first place, but the county approved them, homes that keep getting sold and resold to other people. You know the types. The county will bail you out types. But you won't prioritize essential drinking water for county residents in San Lucas who were victimized by Big Ag, which contaminated their water with nitrates. Now you've decided to spend over $41 million of taxpayer money to bail out those few well-to-do county residents. This is a bailout, and it harms everyone in the county and takes away money from essential services. These housing areas never should have been approved. The county should have admitted its mistake a long time ago and fired and kicked out of office all those who permitted this zoning and development to happen. And they should have bought up those parcels and closed those roads and restored the land back to the lagoon. That's what you should be using these millions for. But you kept approving. You created this monster, this nightmare. You externalized the costs onto us. We pay for these expensive homes. You did it again on the Crossroads Shopping Center, and now you've done it again with the Rancho Cañada homes. And how soon before you're asking county residents to do flood control on that development? When you're in a hole, stop digging.
Thank you for your response.
You worry about
for 88.
county
Let's
residents
go to
not having
92 now.
confidence in you, and you have, okay. County residents keep paying and paying for the horrible ideas that benefit real estate developers and investors that have left town or live high above the floodplain, laughing all the way to the bank. When you're in a hole, stop digging, but that's not the county's philosophy. You can't seem to quit enabling the developers and sticking it to the public. You moan about county residents not having confidence in you. You have high staff turnover in many of your departments, but instead of fixing the problems, you hire a PR specialist, and you spend county residents' money to promote the county instead of dealing with the real problems. This is an emperor without clothes. You need to take this money and buy up these properties and close these roads and developments and actually let the river do its job instead of enabling people to continue to live in homes that never should have been there. They should not receive the benefit of county bailouts when they should have known better. They did know better. They knew this was a floodplain. And I asked the county to quit spending all the public's money to enable people to make poor decisions repeatedly. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments today, and I'm sure you'll be tuning in for the rest of the meeting as well. And now we will go to Supervisor Lopez for item number 46.
I know I sent Rick Encarnacion an email last night, just letting him know I was going to pull this item to ask the question specifically. There's a request for a contract between us and the Waste Management District on the coast for 1383. I'm just confused because the report itself called out sort of an alliance amongst all the responsible folks and parties who have a piece of that, why we're doing a singular contract between those two entities, ourselves and the Coast Waste Management District. So I'm wondering if we could get some additional insight on there. I did see the Solid Waste Authority as a partner in the coalition, but there's no contract there. So if we could get some better understanding of why that's the case for this particular relationship.
And Mr. Encarnacion, are you prepared to respond to that?
Yes, yes, Supervisor Adams. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Board. Rick Encarnacion, Bureau Chief, Environmental Health. The the agreement before you today, it is with the district, and it allows the county to push forward with efforts to have a cohesive message with regards to organics recycling. The groups that are involved are with the cities within the district, but with the county being part of this group, it would allow us to participate in the creation of outreach materials that will be used for the county. Because the county includes both JPA areas in the unincorporated areas in the South counties. So we also have Ms. Kristen O'Hara from the district in the audience, and she could answer more questions with regards to the details. But Supervisor Lopez, the county is part of several technical advisory committees with regards to 1383, including the South County cities and including the authority. This particular group with the district allows the county to participate in creating those outreach materials, which, like solid waste, it's so important to have a region-wide message so that we can teach people proper organics recycling and separating trash and food waste from their own trash.
Supervisor Lopez, yes.
So I guess the question though then becomes cost sharing. So while we're members, the ratepayers are our residents. So we're not building in costs through 1383 to do this messaging on 1383, as I believe we did at Solid Waste Authority. Instead, it's going to be a shared cost to the government entities that are members.
For this particular effort, Supervisor Lopez, this is just with regards to public outreach and education. And like I mentioned before, to participate in ensuring that there's a unified message for everybody within the county. Being part of the county does sit within the district, and with the environmental health staff participating in this group, we could also access and be part of that messaging, which will also be part of the region messaging, as we also participate in a larger group that includes South County cities, the haulers, with regards to public outreach and education.
Okay, and so do we have an estimated cost? And is that cost going to be borne by the department, or will that be an additional request? Because we have had requests for additional expenses to be funded through our budget, but those were not part of the budget that we're going to vote on later today.
No, it's not part of the budget, Supervisor. The county's portion is $15,652 as stated in the board report. The overall agreement is $193,000, but again, the county is just paying that $15,000 because all that we're participating in is the outreach, and the county also was awarded a grant from Cal Recycle to help implement 1383. So it's not coming from ratepayers.
Okay, thank you, Rick.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Lopez. Is there anyone else from the public that wishes to make comment on anything in closed session? Consent. Sorry. Consent calendar today. And is there any member of the board that wishes to say anything else on the consent calendar today? Supervisor Lopez, are you approving item 46 to be included in the consent calendar? Okay, so could I have a motion then to approve the entire?
Approval for the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Leho.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And we will close the consent calendar and we will go to general public comments. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda? And for those of you who are participating, calling into Zoom via telephone, you could press *9 to raise your hand, and then you can press *6 to unmute yourself. And if you are on Zoom online, all you need to do is press the unmute button on the bottom of your screen. Are we seeing any hands raised?
I see none raised.
There are no hands raised, and I see no one coming forward in chambers, so we will close general public comment. And now I'm going to recess the Board of Supervisors for Monterey County, and I am going to call to order the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. Could we have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with Directors Adams, Phillips, Root Askew, and Lopez appearing in person, and Director Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Thank you. And we have one scheduled matter, and it will include a presentation by Ezekiel Vega, the County Budget Director. And this is to adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 22-23 budget for the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. Mr. Vega?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. I'm actually walking into the chamber right now. I thought that this.
You'd like to make an entrance, I can see that. We're moving rather swiftly this morning. I'm delighted.
All right. So, good morning. And the presentation today for the successor agency budget, in essence, there are no changes from what was recommended during the budget hearings a couple of weeks ago to the board. So we are just requesting your approval as presented in the recommended budget.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the board that wishes to ask any questions or make comments on this item? Seeing none, is there a member of the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, then we will have a roll call vote.
Director Alejo?
Aye.
No. I'm so sorry. I guess it helps if we have a motion first, huh? We can't just jump to the vote.
Move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you very much. Now, how about a vote?
Director Alejo?
Aye.
Director Phillips?
Aye.
Director Lopez?
Aye.
Director Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Director Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And with that, I'll adjourn the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. And I will call to order the successor housing agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with Directors Adams, Phillips, Root Askew, and Lopez appearing in person, and Director Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Thank you. We have one item. It is to adopt a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 22-23 budget. Mr. Ezekiel.
Again, there are no specific changes to the budget as recommended. So if all we are presenting is exactly the same numbers, so it'll be ready for a vote if appropriate by the board.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the board that has questions or comments on this item? Any member of the public who wishes to question or provide comment on this item? And if we could have a motion, please.
Move approval.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could you please call the vote?
Director Alejo?
Aye.
Director Phillips?
Aye.
Director Lopez?
Aye.
Director Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Director Adams.
Aye. Thank you. I will adjourn the successor housing agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey and call to order the Pajaro County Sanitation District.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with Directors Adams, Phillips, Root Askew, and Lopez appearing in person, and Director Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you. We have one item today. It's a resolution, adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 22-23 budget for the Pajaro County Sanitation District. Mr. Vega?
Yes, also no changes as presented in the recommended budget. So it's ready for your vote.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the board that wishes to make a comment or ask questions on this item? Seeing none, is there any member of the public who wishes to comment or ask questions on this item? Could we please have a vote?
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you.
Director Alejo?
Aye.
Director Phillips?
Aye.
Director Lopez?
Aye.
Director Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Director Adams.
Aye. Thank you. I'm going to have to watch myself here. Adjourn the Pajaro County Sanitation District. And now I will call to order the East Garrison Community Services District.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with Directors Adams, Phillips, Root Askew, and Lopez appearing in person, and Director Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you. We have one scheduled matter, which is adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 22-23 budget for the East Garrison Community Services District.
No changes as recommended.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the board who wishes to make any comment or questions on this? there any member of the public who wishes to make any questions or comment on this? I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Alejo. Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Root Askew.
Aye.
Chair Director Adams.
Aye.
And going back to Director Alejo.
Okay, we will move forward and I will adjourn the Pajaro County Sanitation District meeting. And I will call to order the East Garrison Public Financing Authority.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with Directors Adams, Phillips, Root Askew, and Lopez appearing in person, and Director Alejo appearing via video conference.
Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
There's one scheduled matter. Adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 22-23 budget for the East Garrison Public Financing Authority. Mr. Vega?
Again, this is presented just as in the recommended budget, no changes.
Thank you very much. And is there any member of the board that wishes to make a comment or ask questions on this item? Seeing none, is there any member of the public who wishes to make make comments or ask questions on this item?
Move approval.
Thank you very much.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Director Alejo.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Director Adams.
Aye.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair, I was an aye on the last item, but I was having technical difficulties to unmute. Sorry about that.
Thank you for telling us. Thank you. Now I'm going to adjourn the East Garrison Public Financing Authority, and I am going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adam, Askew, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you. And we have one scheduled matter, which is to adopt a resolution approving the Monterey County Water Resources Agency's fiscal year 2020-22-23 recommended budget. Is there any?
This is not. Sorry.
Okay, so we have a presentation from Mr. Vega. Is there any member of the board that wishes to make? Oh, thank you so much. I'm so sorry, Ms. Kim. You wish to make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no changes to the budget. However, I prepared the presentation. Good morning, Chair Adams and the Supervisors. I'm Nanjin Finance Manager with the Water Resources Agency. Today's action is to adopt a resolution approving Monterey County Water Resources Agency fiscal year 23 recommended budget. Again, previously, the agency had a budget workshop with the Monterey County Water Agency Board of Directors on March 24th, and Board of Directors approved the budget on April 18th, and there was a public hearing on June 2nd, and there's no changes to the budget since then. Total fiscal year 23 recommended budget of Water Resources Agency is total appropriation of $41.22 million, which is 5% increase from fiscal year 22. And total revenue is $36.44 million, which is 10% increase from the fiscal year 22. The fiscal year 23 budget reflects the organizational changes that we are introducing to the Water Resources Agency by creating the maintenance unit as well as the environmental hydrologist group. The maintenance unit will be led by the maintenance manager, and we are currently recruiting the senior water hydrologist to lead the environmental hydrologist group. For the fiscal year 23 expenditures, it is a statutory balanced budget using the $4.8 million from the fund balance. It includes a total of 51 FTE, and of those, 43.5 positions are funded, but 7.5 FTEs are unfunded. It excludes the many San Antonio and Nacimiento projects identified in the high priority capital asset management program. And it also limits the consultants and services and supplies to minimize the use of fund balances. Therefore, the budget amendment might be needed for the additional projects if a funding opportunity is available through the grant. Here is the breakdown for the fiscal year 43, 41.22 million expenditures. Our total consultants is 18.52 million, which is about 45%. And our salary and benefit is 7.45 million, which is 18%. And the services and supplies is 30.9 million, it's 9%. Agency has two bonds, one bond and one loan. The total is 30.43 million, which is 8% of our expenditures. For fiscal year 23, revenue is total estimated revenue is 36.44 million, which is 10% increase from fiscal year 22. And it includes the 5.2% of COLA increase to the benefit assessment. And we did our best to maximize the grant revenues. And that because of the low water level in Nacimiento, the estimated hydroelectric revenue is only 30,000. In the good years, prior wet years, we had 1.2 million or so at the electric revenue. However, the next year, we are estimating at about 30,000. Here is the distributions for our revenue, 36.44 million. Of those, 46% at 16.77 million is from the benefit assessment. At Bolero, at 2.96 million at 8%, and the grant is 7.45 million at 21%. Here is showing our grant revenue budgeted for the fiscal year 23 compared to the fiscal year 22 adopted budget. It increased from the 5.55 million of fiscal year 22 to 7.45 million. Includes the power subventions or coastal watershed grant of almost 600,000 and the all-in grant of 345. We have a 2 habitat conservation plan combined 770, and the Prop 1 well destruction grant is still going on at estimated at 3.5 million, and that will be next year will be the last year for the Interlake Tunnel project at 2 million. So the total combined grant revenues are 7.45 million. With that, fiscal year 22 adopted budget estimated funding balance is 15.33 million, and fiscal year 23 recommended expenditure total is 41.22, and total estimated revenue is 36.44, and use of fund balance at 4.78 million. Therefore, estimated fiscal year 23 ending fund balance is 10.55 million. Again, today's action is to adopt the resolution approving Monterey County Water Resources Agency fiscal year 23 recommended budget. This concludes the report, my presentation. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kim. I will go to my colleagues and see if there's any member of the board who wishes to ask questions or make comment on this item.
Thank you. Just a comment. I'm happy to support the budget and move approval. Just recognizing that we are in a situation where expenditures are exceeding our revenue by $4.7 million, and that our fund balance is quickly dropping to a point where we're going to have to identify other sources of revenue. So just acknowledging that as we take action on this budget today.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the board that wishes to comment? I too want to express my concern about the continued use of the fund balance to cover the Water Resources Agency's operating expenses and the need to do a rate analysis. There isn't going to be enough money left in the funds to be able to rely on the balance to cover their costs even next fiscal year. So I would urge my colleagues to work with their board of directors to really address this in the coming year. I understand there are major capital costs that we're facing for the funding repairs of the dams, but I hope that these smaller funds will not go unaddressed. Very good. So we have any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing no hands raised and seeing no one coming forward, I will now ask for a motion to approve the item on the scheduled item today.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Leho,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And with that, we will recess the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency to close session to reconvene at 1:30. And I will reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Root, Askew, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. And now we have our scheduled items. The first item we have is item number 17, and there will be a presentation by the HR department. And I see Kim coming forward.
Good morning, Chair Adams, members of the board, Mr. McKee, Mr. Gerard. The item that Human Resources is bringing forward is a salary increase of 2.5% for the Unit Y, and also to approve the 2022 winter recess for Units P, Y, and Z. Historically, the board has approved increases for Unit Y similar to other bargaining units, including SEIU, and these need to be approved each year. And also the winter recess is another that is typically approved by the board. So we request your consideration.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the board on this item? Seeing none, is there any member of the public who wishes to make comment on this item? We're seeing no hands raised. Again, if you're on the phone, you could press *9 to raise your hand and then *6 to unmute yourself, or press the unmute button on your computer. Seeing none. Okay, then we will move forward. We have completed this item except now for a vote. If we could please have a motion.
Move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion. We have a second. Could we please have a vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And with that, we will close item 17 and move to item 18, which is to adopt a resolution levying the Emergency Medical Services System special tax for fiscal year 22-23 at the rate of $12 per service unit. And I believe that we're going to have a brief presentation from Teresa Rios, who is the Bureau Chief. And Ms. Rios, are you there? There we are. If you could please unmute yourself. There we go. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, members of the board. I am introducing Steve Brooks, who is an EMS analyst with my team. He will be conducting the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Adams and members of the board and coworkers and members of the public. I'm Steve Brooks. I'm an EMS analyst with the County of Monterey in the Emergency Medical Services Agency, and we are here to request board approval for a resolution to levy the EMS system special tax for fiscal year 2022 and through 2023. We are levying the amount of $12 per unit, which is the amount that has been levied since fiscal year 2000-2001. The special tax is assessed in accordance with the Monterey County land use codes. The basic unit is a single family dwelling. All other land uses are either a percentage or a multiple of that basic unit. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there any member of the board who wishes to ask questions or make comments on this item? Seeing none, or is there any member of the public who wishes to make questions, who wishes to make comments or ask questions on this item? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Could we have a motion to approve the item number 18?
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. With that, we will close item 18 and open item 19, which is to consider adopting a resolution to approve the fiscal year 22-23 budget for the County of Monterey. And I will look to Ezekiel Vega for our presentation today.
Thank you, supervisors, members of the public. So I'll be making a brief presentation regarding the fiscal year 22-23 budget. We had the budget hearings a couple of weeks ago with the public and the board present. And during that meeting, there were specific changes that were made to the budget. Those specific changes created some addition of $9.4 million to the recommended budget, bringing the total appropriation to $1.85 billion in appropriations, which is offset by equal amount of revenues and fund balance utilization and funding 5,737.2 FTEs. Those FTEs and total appropriations also include, as approved or as directed by the board during the budget hearings, adding additional almost $9.5 million in funding, as you can see in this table summarized for you on a department by department basis and funding. So what I would like to just make a note on this table is that those areas where you see net funding of zero, even though they still show on the table, for example, on the health department and social services, the reason why the funding shows as zero is because they are funded by a exact dollar amount of revenues and expenditures, creating a net zero impact to the county. However, I do have a couple of bullet points below that indicate that social services funding is over $1 million and the health department almost $900,000 for the approved changes. Also, for human resources, you see that it shows a zero amount for the COVID testing. That is because the board actually had directed to use existing antigen testing inventory to continue providing the testing capability for the county. And I also wanted to make one note on the Parkit program on item 11 of attachment A. The description of how those funds will be utilized was incorrect. The correct utilization of those funds is shown for you in the slide itself. In essence, the funding that was approved for the Parkit program was to address unsafe parking conditions on Highway 1 in the vicinity of Point Lobos and Natural Reserve. The description attachment A is incorrect, and this is the correct description for that utilization of funding. Also wanted to just in the next slide to show that the overall modifications to the budget are summarized on this table a little differently now, just by funding source. And also it gives you the ability to see how much you will have in contingencies at the beginning of the fiscal year. The budget was recommending using contingencies for the fiscal year of $7.5 million to be utilized throughout the year for any needs that may arise. As part of the budget hearings, the board recommended using $150,000 of that, so that will give you a balance of almost $7.4 million throughout the year for any type of emergencies that may be needed. Also, for cannabis assignment, it is estimated that you will have approximately $3 million to start the fiscal year on that assignment. And then for the cannabis revenue, based on the latest approval of rates, you could have an estimated fund balance of or unutilized revenue of cannabis of approximately $800,000. And obviously that could change depending on if any changes happen to the overall taxation of the cannabis industry, but this is based on what the board approved a couple of weeks ago. The next table just shows you a summary of those specific modifications that were discussed during the budget hearings that were approved use out of cannabis funding, either assignment or ongoing funding. And that was already discussed during the budget hearings. So I would not spend a lot of time going all over them, but it's just a recap of that. And again, you could have seen all of those details on attachment 1 that was provided along with the board report for the agenda today. Also, some of those modifications that are included as the part of the $9.4 million that is funded by these different funding sources, including contingencies, social services, health, and so on and so forth, amount to $432,000. Again, that total of $432,000 does not include the $1 million on social services and health department funding because they are shown as a net revenue equaling expenditures, but you see the totals at the bottom here of this slide. And the modifications also that are included as part of the $9.4 million includes almost $5 million on ARPA revenue, most of that which was carried over from prior years, and that was requested by departments throughout the budget hearings. And this table summarizes that information for you. So with that, this concludes my presentation, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. It looks like Mr. McKee has his hand up.
Yeah, real quickly, Mr. Vega, just on that attachment A, correction, can you submit a corrected attachment A to the clerk so we have it as opposed to just the PowerPoint? I think the clerk needs that corrected
Yes,
language.
I'll
for the
send that.
record.
We will provide that corrected attachment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. Are there any board members that wish to ask questions at this time? I'm seeing no questions. I'll go to the public for comment and then back to the board for comment. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item number 19? I'm seeing one member of the public. Yes, Mr. Malay, who is actually a combination. If you would like to unmute yourself, Gary, there you go.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Chair. Ezekiel, I just wanted to ask a quick question, and I just didn't see it. Our department got authorized for 2 MA positions that I didn't see on your chart. Is the funding coming from someplace else?
Gary,
Oh, I'm sorry. I unmuted myself here. All right, that was not good. I unmuted myself and Zoom at the same time. So Gary, just as a response to what you indicated, I believe that the positions that you are alluding to were those positions that were approved as part of the augmentations on the recommended budget. So what you're seeing today that is being presented is only the changes that were made during the budget hearings. So all that listing that was approved in the budget hearings is included, and departments confirmed that as we were finalizing the budget hearings. So you have any specific questions about your positions, and I'll be glad to discuss that with you offline, but that is what I believe happened.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your question. That was understood. Is there now any member of the public that wishes to make comment in addition to Mr. Malay? Okay, very good. Coming back to the board for comments. Any member?
Madam Chair.
Pardon me, Mr. Leho?
Yeah, I wanted to move approval. I just wanted to add one thing, just because as I was watching all the Sunday morning news shows, they had the former Secretary of the Treasury under Obama and other economists and some of these other shows just pointing to that our nation is due for a recession likely in the next couple of years. So this is just a word of caution that the next years will be challenging, but certainly keeping an eye on national economic trends if the economy were to face a recession, we know that some more challenging times will be even greater. Some of the predictions show that because of our costs and some of the drivers that we expect to be in a tough financial situation in a couple of years. But you couple that with a national recession, it is concerning to me. And so I just wanted to point that out, because as we know, we will have more challenging times in the years ahead. But I'm so grateful to our staff and to the public input in getting this budget together, and I'm supportive of it today. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll continue with board comments.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to make my comments. And I'm just thankful that we have reached a balanced budget again this year. And I applaud the department directors and all the budget staff who were able to achieve this accomplishment. There's one area that remains of concern to me, and that is with the development set-asides. But I'm going to be happy to address this concern through the Economic Development Committee, where it will be looking at all the economic drivers in our county throughout the year. So I have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Leho?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Wu Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, I will close item 19 and open item 20, which is to receive a briefing. And thank you, Mr. Vega, for your presentations today, which is a briefing and update on COVID-19. And I believe that we will have Christy Michi, the Assistant Bureau Chief, who will be making the presentation today.
Good morning, members of the board and the public. I'm Christine Michi. I am the Assistant Director of Public Health here at the Health Department. I'm going to share my screen here and provide you with a brief COVID update. We'll start with just a surveillance update. So right now, Monterey County is experiencing higher levels of transmission. We have increasing trends right now for case rates, test positivity, and hospitalizations, though our deaths do remain stable. I want to remind everyone that these data are updated on Mondays and Thursdays on our website, and the web address is located right here. And we have data about a variety of different indicators on our website, as well as links to other metrics that we are monitoring. I want to let you all know of some changes that will be happening with our website and on the data pages today and tomorrow. The first change that we will be implementing is that we are migrating our denominators that we use to calculate our rates and proportions to the California Department of Finance's revised 2021 population estimates. These are based off of the 2020 census. The prior data we were using was based off of the 2010 census. So what's going to happen is that it's going to shift our population a little bit that are based on for our underlying rates. For instance, for demographic groups that have increased in the county between those two census years, we're going to find that some of our population, our estimates that we've been producing are going to be reduced a little bit. And for populations that have been changing on the opposite direction, where we have smaller numbers in our communities, the percent difference is going to increase a little bit. And this table just kind of shows over here, if you don't change any of the data at all, but just change the denominator, and we're looking at, in this case, vaccination proportions, how those numbers are going to change. It doesn't mean that we've vaccinated more or less people. It's just an adjustment that's going to be made with those new denominators. Likewise, starting this weekend, we have another population, thankfully, that is eligible for vaccination. So we will be adding approximately 30,000 children into our denominators because they are now eligible for vaccination. So that's also going to change our estimates again a little bit without really changing the number of people who have been vaccinated. We're going to be shifting on our key indicators dashboard that's available in two places on our website, away from showing in this kind of highlighted here, the percentage of population that has at least one dose of COVID-19. We're going to be swapping that out with 2 doses. That's just to highlight the importance of getting fully vaccinated and completing that series. So that swap out will be happening on our website. You'll still be able to see the proportion with 1 dose of vaccination completed on our data website. That information is still there by demographic group. And lastly, we'll be adding another tab to our vaccination page. Right now, we're showing demographic data for proportion that have 1 dose of vaccine and those who have 2 doses of vaccine who have completed their primary series. We'll be adding a tab in right here that's going to show that same information for people who are booster eligible and have completed their boosters. So essentially that'll be for our residents of Monterey County who are 50 years of age and older that are eligible for that, for 5 years of age and older who are eligible for that booster. We'll be showing that information right here on a new tab. Moving on to vaccination, just wanted to remind folks before this weekend of the populations that were eligible for vaccination was everyone 5 years of age and over was eligible for a primary series plus a booster dose, with certain populations being eligible for a second booster dose. What we were very pleased to have happen this weekend was have the FDA and the CDC and the Western States Scientific Group endorse the FDA's emergency use authorizations for an additional group of folks in our community to be vaccinated. We know that children get COVID-19, they can get very sick from COVID-19, be hospitalized, and even die from COVID-19. So this is really an important time for us when we now have everyone 6 months of age and older eligible for vaccination. So there were actually 3 products that were authorized for emergency use now. The Moderna vaccine for children ages 6 to 17 years of age is now available. It's actually available in 2 different types of presentations split by age groups. There's a certain dose for 12 to 17-year-olds and a different dose for those 6 to 11 years of age. It is a 2-dose series, with the second dose being given 4 weeks after the first dose. Moderna also authorized in the middle here a vaccine, or the FDA authorized Moderna's vaccine for ages 6 months to 5 years. That is also a 2-dose series that is given with 1 dose followed by a second dose 4 weeks later. And lastly, the FDA authorized Pfizer's vaccine for children 6 months of age to 4 years of age. Pfizer already had a vaccine that was 5 years of age and older. This vaccine is a 3-dose series. So there is a second dose 3 weeks after the first dose, and then a third dose 8 weeks after the second dose. So this is really exciting. We have vaccines now authorized for children ages 6 months of age and older. So what does that mean for us here in Monterey County? So those vaccines are starting to ship, and we expect them to be arriving at provider offices around the county, starting anytime from, say, mid this week through June 29th. If somebody is looking for a vaccine for their child, I would suggest that you call your primary care provider office first. The benefit of getting into your primary care provider is that your child may be due for other childhood vaccines. So you can, sometimes kids during the pandemic have gotten a little behind on their routine vaccines. This is an opportunity to get them in and get caught up on their other vaccines while they're getting their COVID vaccines. So please do check with your primary care providers. Some pharmacies will also be offering vaccines for this group as well, although there is some limitations in age on how pharmacies can vaccinate. Some pharmacists can only vaccinate age 3 years and older, so it's worth checking before you go to the pharmacy to make sure that they have a vaccine for your child's age group. And lastly, there are going to be a variety of community vaccine clinics held around the county. Certainly, you can find those on our website. This is just a screenshot from the website. There's a button if you want to just go right to scheduling an appointment. You can click and go to the My Turn system to schedule an appointment, or there's another button where you can find locations by area of the county in English and Spanish. Moving on to testing and treatment. Testing is still really important for us here in Monterey County as we experience these higher levels of transmissions. Please do consider getting tested if you're sick or if you've been exposed to someone with COVID-19 before and after traveling and before and after attending large gatherings. It's also important to visit someone before, get tested before visiting someone in a congregate living facility like a nursing home. When you're going to be around somebody who's a little bit more vulnerable to severe complications of COVID, it's a good idea to get tested before you spend time and close contact with them. And lastly, if you're required by your employer, Cal OSHA or CDPH. I want to spend a little bit of time talking about treatment. There is treatment available for COVID-19 for individuals who are at high risk of severe COVID-19 disease. Excuse me. Treatment must be started at least within 5 days of symptom onset. Test to treat expedites, excuse me. Test to treat expedites testing, medical provider evaluation, and antiviral medication dispensing. And it can be offered either in medical offices, pharmacies, or testing, special testing sites like our OptumServe sites that are state-sponsored sites. And just a reminder, if you're uninsured, you can get free test to treat services at the state-sponsored LHI Optum testing sites. In addition to testing, there are other risk reduction behaviors that are really important right now during this period of higher transmission. As we talked about, get vaccinated and boosted if you're eligible. Wear a face covering in indoor public settings. Avoid large gatherings, or if you're gathering, try to move those gatherings outside. Wash your hands frequently. Stay home if you're sick. And as we talked about, get tested. So just as we move forward particularly with the rollout of the vaccines for this younger group, it's important to stay informed. A good way to find out about when there's going to be local pediatric vaccine available is to follow our Twitter sites, and I've got those up here on the screen. Also, check in with our county website. And now I'd be happy to take any questions or directions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Mishi. Is there any member of the board who wishes to ask any questions at this point? Seeing no hands raised, I will go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public that wishes to make comment on this particular item. And it appears as if we do have a hand raised. So I will go to someone whose telephone ends in the numbers 902. And I believe that might be Ms. Beatty. Okay.
Yes,
and
this is Nina
you're ready to
Beatty.
go. There we go. Thank you. We're
The
ready.
CDC's Vaccine Adverse Events Registry as of June 10th reported 1.3 million injuries following vaccination, including 28,859 reports of deaths and 238,412 serious injuries, which include deaths. And historically, VAERS only reports 1% of adverse events. The county is ignoring the risks to people from vaccination, which have been reported by eminent physicians and researchers. Children are at a very low risk population for getting COVID, and deaths are practically non-existent. The FDA in their emergency use authorization ignored experts and researchers that warned them about the harm to children from vaccination. They are at far greater risk of harm from the vaccination and actually start to develop negative efficacy after 8 weeks, as shown by the New York Department of Health statistics. That means that at 8 weeks, they start to be at greater risk for developing COVID. The county continues to derive its case rate numbers from RT-PCR testing, which provides 95% false positives at the high repetitions they run, which is usually 30 to 40. And the state has now recently refused to release the numbers despite public requests for the number of CTs that they run. The county continues not to provide treatment options. The adverse effect.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. We appreciate your comments. Thank you. And I did think we had another hand up, but I'm not seeing it now. I think it was Sonia Kohler, but perhaps you changed your mind. Okay, is there any other member of the public that wishes to make comment on this item? And if you're on Zoom, you can unmute yourself. And if you're on phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand or press *6 to unmute yourself. I'm seeing no additional hands up. I'll bring it back to the board. Is there any additional or further comment on this item from the board? Very good. I'll entertain a motion to approve the item. Oh, we don't need to do any action. I guess all we have to do is say thank you, Dr. Mishi. And we look forward to additional presentations as we move forward. With that, I am going to recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors into closed session, and we will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Mic 1 check. Mic 4 check. Mic 5 check. Mic 6 check. Mic 10 check. Mic 11 check. Mic 12 check. Staff mic 1 check. Staff mic 2 check. Podium mic check. Hola, hola. Clerk mic check. Wireless mic check.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is Tuesday, June 21st, and I am happy to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Can we please have a roll call?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Askew, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And could we please have our announcement by the Spanish interpreter?
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré el intérprete en español para la reunión de esta tarde. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor hablar lenta y lo suficientemente fuerte para que yo le pueda escuchar. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarlo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Celis. And now we're going to go to item number 21, our first scheduled matter for the afternoon. And we are going to consider adopting a resolution approving the County of Monterey Capital Improvement Program 5-year plan for fiscal years 2022-23 to 26-27. And we have a presentation this afternoon by John Snively, and with him is Director Randy Ishii.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the board. As introduced, I'm Randall Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. And with me today are John Snively, Management Analyst 3, as well as Lindsay LaRabel, Chief of Facilities, and many other Public Works, Facilities, and Parks staff. We have a brief presentation for you today, and I hand the floor over to Mr. Snively.
Thank you, Randy. Good afternoon, Chair Adams and members of the Board of Supervisors. John Snively, Management Analyst with Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. I know we have a busy schedule today, so I will keep my presentation brief and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. There we go. By way of introduction and remembrance, the Capital Improvement Program is a 5-year plan that looks at capital projects with a value of over $100,000 and long-term assets that maintain or improve the county's infrastructure. Of the 5 years included in the CIP, the first year is an actual budget for the upcoming fiscal year, in this case, fiscal year 22-23, and years 2 through 5 are for planning purposes only to help the board, members of the public, and staff identify the magnitude of work to be done in future upcoming fiscal years. Our process to develop the annual CIP begins in about December, January of each year. We reach out to departments and ask them to submit either new projects or updates to existing projects in the CIP. We then follow that development through the baseline budget process to match up the CIP as much as possible with the forecasts that departments are developing at that time. We take our draft CIP along with the funded projects as well as a list of unfunded projects to the Capital Improvement Committee in April for review of both the planned work to be done in the upcoming fiscal year, as well as review and recommendation on which of the unfunded projects we should prioritize as we develop the CIP. Those lists and recommendations are then taken forward to the Budget Committee for additional review and recommendations. And the CIP first fiscal year is also presented to the Planning Commission for their review and recommendation to the Board of Supervisors as to conformity of the CIP with the general plans. And their resolution to the board is included as attachment D to your report. Finally, we update the CIP to reflect any changes or recommendations that the board may make in the budget hearings. And the CIP as presented to the board today includes those recommendations. We will also review some of the CIP changes briefly in this presentation later on. And finally, here we are today looking for final approval of the CIP, ready for adoption, along with adoption of the budget as was done earlier this morning. So to give you a quick summary of what's included in this year's CIP, we have 98 projects that are identified as fully funded in the upcoming fiscal year 22-23. Those projects may have additional work that carries over into future fiscal years. And so the total for the 5 years of work for these projects is $527 million. In addition, we have 2 projects that are listed as partially funded in this upcoming fiscal year, one of them being the Davis Road project. So that's the large dollar amount you see there. And while staff is pursuing grant funding and other funding sources for that project, until those are fully locked in, the CIP may reflect them as partially funded. So I just want to note that for you. In addition, we have 72 projects that departments submitted this year requesting funding in fiscal year 22-23. So we'll talk a little bit more about how we prioritize those as staff and the recommendations that the CIC and the BC made to the board. But as you can see, there's quite a bit of work that remains undone, even on top of the 98 projects that did receive funding this year. And then finally, as part of the CIP development, we include 69 future year projects. These are for reference only. They do not request funding or identify funding in the upcoming fiscal year, but they are there to show that in future years, there's approximately $264 million worth of additional needs. Some of these may be funded, some of them may be unfunded, but it's simply there as an order of magnitude. And so those are listed as future year projects. Another breakdown of these projects is to list them by departments. As you'll notice, the majority of projects fall under Public Works, Roads and Bridges. We also have quite a few projects under Natividad. Now, as Natividad manages their own capital projects program, we simply provide their projects as provided to staff here for reference. The one agency that is not included in our CIP is the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, as they are a separate agency. And so those are handled completely separate from the CIP being presented to the board today. Once the CIP is adopted, any changes that will be made to the CIP document this afternoon will be incorporated into the final version, and that will be posted on our county website. We also have developed a web application using Power BI, and we will provide that to the public, members of the board, and that will show both a map of Monterey County with project locations listed, as well as a summary of the work that's scheduled to be done in the upcoming fiscal year. I'll now turn the narrative over to our director for additional comments on the public works projects in this fiscal year.
Thank you, Mr. Snively. Before the board on this slide is a small sampling of public works maintenance programs that we wanted to highlight for the board and the public. One of the programs we're continuing along is the annual Centerline safety striping program. We're continuing doing contracted striping of county roads, and we're expanding that now further out to crosswalks. And we're looking at now doing edge line striping, as well as coming back to other roads that now we did almost 3 years ago, and we need to do and refresh their striping on those roads. More visibility for our motorists. We also have our annual Sealcoat program, which accomplishes approximately 12 miles of Sealcoat treatments of county-owned roads throughout the county on a historical basis. And that's our average. And we're looking at about $2 million, which here again, that program is funded by the transit occupancy tax, AKA maintenance effort funds that the road fund acquires every year. We're continuing along our street sweeping program, particularly in the areas where we have the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES permit. That's typically the urbanized areas where we do a sweeping in the fall as well as the spring, commensurate with the county's permit. We're going to start a new maintenance program called the Guardrail Repair Program, and that's a program that we're looking at using and leveraging the county's existing funds, and might even pursue some grant opportunities. And specifically, that's to target areas where either guardrail has become damaged and now needs to be repaired or replaced, or contemplate opportunities where new guardrail may be warranted and necessary for installation. Moving on with another maintenance program, we have our drainage maintenance and cleaning program. That's an annual program that we use our road fund, specifically SP1 for funding, and that's to clear out and inspect and repair county culverts that are underneath county roads. And lastly on the list is our annual vegetation mowing. This is in addition to the work that our maintenance crews do in mowing season. This is work that we would have contractors perform to supplement and augment what our crews are capable of doing. And one final maintenance program project we wanted to highlight is the Community Road Maintenance Program, which we have also funded in previous years. We can move on to our next slide to talk about some highlighted construction projects that we also have underway. As Mr. Snively mentioned, we have the Davis Road Bridge Road Widening Project, which is a partially funded project. Staff is still looking for funding sources to accomplish fulfilling that funding gap that exists, which is to the tune of almost $20 million. We're looking at the bipartisan infrastructure law, as well as other grant opportunities that may be out there. And quickly moving on to the rest of the list, we have various bridge projects that are in various states of construction, such as the Nacimiento Lake Drive Bridge, the Bradley Road Bridge Scour Repair Project, and Hartnell Road Bridge, which is not listed here. So we have many bridges that are in need of replacement that are federal grant funded, and we have those now in their construction phase after many years of development. We're also moving along with other initiatives that were created by Measure X, such as the Cooper Road Rehabilitation and Murphy Road Reconstruction Project that were prioritized by this board and staff are proceeding on. Those are out to bid for right now, and we'll be entering the construction phase here in the fall season of this calendar year. We have another Measure X project known as the Harkins Road and Hunter Lane Reconstruction Project. We're starting the design phase this year. And then the last one on the list is our Old Stage Road Reconstruction Project, which is also a Measure X initiative. We have started one of the phases of that project, but because of its length and complexity, that's one that we'll have to phase in over time as the years progress. We're going to be finishing construction on the first phase here this month of early July 2022, and we'll be entering the design phase of the next portion of that project, then enter construction and continue that cycle as the years progress. And finally, we have a few initiatives that we're pursuing through grant opportunities available by the state and federal government. A handful of those include the G12 Pajaro to Prunedale Corridor Studies safety projects, which will be applying for the Highway Safety Improvement Program, as well as other grants that may become available for those different phases of that project. We have already acquired 2 grants for that corridor, and we're looking to acquire grants for the other phases so that we can accomplish more of that steady safety projects. We also have the Community Road Fund Financing Program, which this board has given support and authorization for staff to proceed on. So here again, that's to proceed long-term indebtedness and acquire that long-term indebtedness to rehabilitate the roads in our communities like San Ardo, Spreckles, county service areas, community of Aromas, and others. And that's in parallel with our Measure X initiative for local street repairs in communities such as Castroville, Veranda, Pajaro, and Schular. And with that, I'll hand the floor back to Mr. Snively.
Thank you. To wrap up our presentation, I'll briefly talk about some of the unfunded requests that I alluded to earlier in the slides. By way of remembrance for the board, we have a significant amount of deferred maintenance identified across the county in roads, bridges, in facilities, and in our county parks. And these are just a high-level estimates, but it shows us the amount of work that needs to go into the facilities that we already have. And so while a great number of our CIP projects are for new assets, we also want to remember that we have maintenance needs for the existing facilities and roads and bridges. So how does the CIP address these unfunded needs? When staff receives unfunded project requests from departments, we review the projects and work with the departments to provide the best estimate and best description of the work to be done as possible. And then we review those unfunded requests using 2 scoring criteria. The first is a Pwfp staff ranking, which focuses on health and safety generally. These are the 4 areas of scoring that we look at: health and safety impacts, environmental conditions and community, as well as the financial impact of those projects. And so the projects receive a 0 to 100 score based on those criteria. In addition, a number of years ago, staff started to implement a racial equity score based on guidance and based on training provided by the Government Alliance for Race and Equity that uses 6 factors, and there's a yes/no scoring criteria for that. And with a total score of 0 to 6, we weigh those scores at the end. So you'll see how those are ranked in order to balance out the 2 different scoring matrix that we have. But this is looking at the racial equity in the disadvantaged neighborhoods and the social element impact that projects may have. Those recommendations, as mentioned previously, are provided to the CIC and the BC, and then their recommendations are ultimately presented to the board. This year, a number of originally unfunded projects received funding throughout the budget process, either through augmentation requests through action by this board. And so those are listed here because these were previously presented as unfunded requests to both the CIC and the BC. However, they are now included in the CIP as a funded project. So the number you're seeing there at the far right is not necessarily the total amount that the board added to a project, but the total funded amount for this coming fiscal year. And so I just wanted to point that out. If you notice some differences, for example, in the water intrusion project, the $2.9 million there is not a total add, that's just the total cost. So we had some initial funding. There was a request for, I think, about $1.2 million to be added to that. that was approved. And so now we're showing that as fully funded. So these projects are included as adoption as fully funded projects. And the next slide shows the remainder of the recommendations from the CIC and the BC that are still unfunded. And so through the process to date, these projects have not received funding. The way staff would treat with this list is we would take any recommendations that we receive today. If the board does make any funding recommendations, we'll incorporate that into our final resolution. If none of these projects do receive funding today, we will look to this list as our starting point if there are any new unfunded requests that come to us throughout the year. So some point mid-year, we receive a request for a new project, we'll go back to this list and we'll say this is the list that the board has adopted as their priority. Before we make any changes, we'll make sure that that's considered when we determine what the priorities are to be.
John,
So-
can I interrupt you real quickly?
Yes.
So it's hard to see on the screen here, and
I
up
apologize.
there, and the computer, it's a little better. I don't know if you can improve that at all.
I can try to zoom in here a little bit and see if I can slide. Well, give me a second here. I apologize. That might be a little better, and we can at least get to the names of the projects. Okay. Okay. I can take it back. This is included as, I believe, attachment B to the report as well, highlighting the projects. But to wrap up our presentation, we ask that the board receive the draft CIP, approve the CIP funded projects as part of the work plan for the upcoming fiscal year, and then provide staff with any additional direction regarding unfunded project priorities or funding actions to be taken today. And that will conclude staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Snively. And if I can get the attention of my colleagues up here, I will ask if there is any member of the Board of Supervisors who would like to comment on this presentation.
Happy to make a couple comments. The first is I obviously am very passionate about our roads. And so looking at the list too that we're missing for me, but I understand may not be a priority at this point through the CIP, but I hope the board will give me some leniency on if I continue to work hard to find partners is Halone Road as well as Ranchita Canyon. Halone is that huge loop that serves Fort Hunter Liggett. And so we are looking and hoping to get some federal funding to support some investment in that infrastructure. We've been trying for 10 years, and so I continue to hope and push, and I understand why it's not on the list, but I do have some green shoots, some new opportunities that are starting to show up given all the money at the federal level. So while they're not on the list now, I just want to put it on everybody's radar so that if we do end up finding some sort of a unique partnership that helps fund that, nobody's shocked and says, wait, that wasn't on the list, because those are, and Ranchita is just a small subdivision.
Where is that?
The first one was Halone.
Oh, no, I know the Halone Road.
Yeah, and the other one is Ranchita Canyon. It's all the way down near Parkfield, and it is a growing community. A lot of folks who primarily probably use, say, Paso Robles for their grocery shopping and such. But there's been a lot of construction on that particular road during the pandemic as folks sought to move out of downtown and find little ranchettes. They looked for Ranchita Way. And so Ranchita's out there, and the road is seeing some impact due to the construction traffic, and it needs some improvements. And so those are two I'll be working to find some other sources of funding for, but wanted to throw out there for everybody given the topic today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Phillips?
Well, I thank you for your work and all your report and being on this committee. I know we work hard, and it's always difficult because I want service in the roads in my district as we all do, and I think we found a pretty fair way to kind of judge the system of the roads. But we got plenty of work to do on the roads. I see it every day when or not every day, but when I go out to the ranch, Old Stage Road, various places on that is bad. We've looked about trying to come up with a partnership on Jensen Road with the farmers there. That's an area that really needs some work, but I appreciate you stepping up and moving Murphy's Crossing. That was one that we were hearing from a lot of our constituents up in North County, and I appreciate you stepping in on that. And just the work that you just completed, including the road. I drove up Sunday, I drove up to the top of Manzanita, the road that you got in there just about 2 weeks ago. And I'm getting nothing but great comments from my constituents. So thank you.
Great. So we're doing questions at this point. So Supervisor Rudasty, Supervisor Lejo.
None, thank you.
I do have one. And I know that you've heard this from other people, but I'm really curious about the response. If the CIP is to handle projects, big projects that are $100,000 or more, has there ever been discussion about separating the maintenance, deferred maintenance out of the CIP? It seems like there were a number of places where we're looking at deferred maintenance, and maybe it's because it's such a huge amount. But in normal circumstances, is that how everybody does it? Includes deferred maintenance in the CIP?
Thank you for the question, Chair Adams. Per our county budget policy, the larger maintenance items would be considered part of a capital improvement, a major change to a project, and as well as the maintenance programs. So some of these things that you see where it is a program and perhaps it consists of smaller bits of work, but overall it's a larger county cost. That follows our policy as the county to report those as part of our CIP. I can follow up with more information as far as perhaps other practice that we might be able to look into for you.
It'd be interesting from my perspective at any rate. So at this point, though, let's take it out to the public and then we'll bring it back to the board for comments. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment or ask questions on this particular item? Are we seeing any hands raised online? I'm not seeing anyone coming forward. Yes, we do have one hand raised. Oops, now it's gone.
That was actually Paul's work.
Okay. Okay. Yes, and she's listed as a panelist. Ms. Paulsworth, would you like to make your comments or ask your questions?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks everyone for your hard work on the CIP plan. I wanted to talk about two of the projects that are listed as unfunded but recommended by the Budget Committee and the Capital Improvements Committee. And the first one that I wanted to mention is the King City parking lot. We've identified, so as you're aware, the sustainability program has a sustainable infrastructure analyst who has identified an alternative funding source through the USDA's Rural Energy Pilot Program that could reduce the project's cost by about 55% and also provide King City residents with a resilient cooling hub, EV charging station infrastructure, and increased energy resilience. We did submit an initial letter of intent to USDA, and we received a good response asking us to submit a complete application by July 18th, which is the due date. But we won't know if we receive the grant until the fall. So we would like it if we could consider funding this project with direction to staff to potentially wait until we find out if we have received the award so that we can then begin to initiate the project. We do need match funding, so that's why we're asking for funding for this project that we're submitting this grant for. The other project that is on this list that I wanted to ask you to consider today is, of course, the EV charging station funding. This funding is supported by grant funding from 3CE. We don't know if that funding will be available next year, but it's 1/3 of the cost of these stations. We are planning to bring forward an EV fleet electrification policy for our county fleet. And the biggest concern that we've heard from our departments is a lack of charging station infrastructure. Our sister counties have contributed on the order of $700,000 to get stations going when they have an EV fleet policy. So we do know that although there's lots of funding out there and different partnership arrangements that we can make with vendors to maximize our funds, we need some incremental funding to be able to make the switch to electric vehicles. And we definitely think that that's going to save the county money in the long run, just based on the cost of powering our vehicles. So just asking you to reconsider those two in your conversation today.
Thank you so much for your comment, Ms. Paulsworth. Would you like to make any response to her comments at all? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Responding to Ms. Paulsworth's recommendations, those are advocacies that staff, departments, public can also make during the CIP process. If that's something that the board wishes to consider further, perhaps that's something that you could do at this point. And I'll also look to council if that's something that could be recommended at this point in time. Otherwise, this is a planning document that is also a living document. And as priorities change, as funding becomes available, staff and departments are always welcome to come to the Capital Improvement Committee and Budget Committee when things are more known about their particular requests.
Thank you for that answer. Is there any other member of the public that wishes to comment on this item? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for any final wrap-up comments. Yes, Supervisor.
Also wanted to express appreciation for the guardrail program. I know just this weekend, things happen for a reason, right? I got 3 calls about guardrails that need some replacement with some really pretty pictures of mangled metal. So thank you guys for including that as part of the request.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips, any comments? Good. Supervisor Rudescu, yes.
I'm not sure if it's Halsworth, it's Line. What were the item number, the CIP item numbers? Was it the B45 King City Courthouse? What was the other item number?
I think Mr. Snively might be in a better position to answer that. It's the EV charging station project, but I don't know the number.
Correct. Supervisor, it's item B11 in the CIP.
B11. Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, right underneath it. Got it. Okay. I was just looking right past it. I just wanted to comment and appreciation to public works staff, to our and social services staff, and to my colleagues for including the initial site assessment funding for the Seaside Community Benefits Office and property that the county owns on the corner of Seaside and Noche Buena. I invite everyone to come out for a tour of the building, but this funding will allow us to do some initial site assessment work to see how we can utilize that county-owned parcel of land for the highest benefit to the community, both to provide potentially social services as well as other county-related programs and services to serve the entire peninsula, utilizing that property to its best value. So I'm really excited about moving forward. This is just the first step for us, and we will be coming back with some plans and additional information, but look forward to continuing to have support to ensure that we're serving our community with appropriate facilities.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudescu. Supervisor Alejo.
Already I mentioned it. I had no comments.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you so much for bringing forward the annual capital improvement program. It's just a really important component of the entire budget that we work on. And I do worry about the deferred maintenance, as I had mentioned earlier, just looking at other ways to approach it. But just looking at the facilities, I know the Budget Office has been proactive with establishing the Building Improvement and Replacement Fund. But I think it's not building nearly enough of a reserve to address all the maintenance that we need for all of the various county facilities, without question, indeed. And that I think the Seaside Services facility is a prime example of that. I'm glad the assessment came out as a top priority, and I think we just need to be really proactive in seeking grants and any other possible outside funding to help ensure that we are able to address all the issues with that building, because there are a lot. And I very much appreciate your personal conversation about some of the problems within that building. It was really eye-opening for me, and I thank you very much for that. Just following up on the Planning Commission's request that the board consider public facility deficiencies and priorities noted in the general plan. I was just wondering if how that could be incorporated into the process for next year as an example.
Yes, Chair Adams, in our presentation to the Planning Commission, we provide a list of roadway sections that are identified in the general plan as deficient level of service. And we also identify any projects that currently address those needs. What we are looking to do in the upcoming fiscal year is take those roadway sections and turn them from a list that goes to the Planning Commission into actual future projects in the CIP. So next year you will see a whole list of new projects in the CIP reflecting those needs. And even if they're not identified in the current fiscal year, you will at least see them as part of the whole picture of what's needed. So that's our plan to begin addressing that going forward.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation to augment existing services. And from what I hear from residents on an ongoing basis, I worry about the budget for activities like vegetation management, particularly because of the horrible fire situation in which we find ourselves. And I am conscious that there's never enough money to do the mowing and vegetation management that's needed. But at any rate, I just thank you very much. And I'm really grateful that our board supported moving forward with the pilot bonding program for road maintenance. And my hope is that we will be able to hear some update on that or what we can do to move that forward as well. I think it would really be a very logical step for us to take to help improve the road situation that we have here, because there's so many of them. Okay, thank you for that very much. And I'll bring it back to our board now for a motion.
Move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Could we please have the roll call vote?
Supervisor Lejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, we will close item 21, move to item 22, which is to receive a status update on the commercial cannabis industry's ability to pay delinquent and current taxes due on or before July 31st, 2022. And I see that we have Joanne Iwamoto coming forward, and she has her team with her, which she will introduce. Thank you both, Mr. Snively and Mr. Ishii, for your presentation, and we'll move right into item number 22.
Thank you, Norma. Good afternoon, Chair Adams and members of the board. Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. Today, we are here to present a status report to the board on the commercial cannabis industry's ability to pay taxes on or before July 31st, 2022. We will present the input that has been made or provided to the program and provide several options for the board to review. And we will seek direction on one or more of those options. Next slide, please. The program has received multiple messages from many of the operators stating their inability to pay taxes by July 31st. At the recent monthly industry meeting last Monday, the comments were restated. The program does not know how many operators will not pay or if they are only able to make partial payments. Due to this matter being time sensitive, we gained approval from the chairs of the Cannabis and the Budget Committee to present to you today. Should operators not pay the taxes due on or before July 31st, they will be considered delinquent, and delinquency would have several significant consequences. Number one, it would definitely impact the county's ability to collect the tax. Number two, the program could and would follow current regulations and begin notifying operators that they would need to shut down, and that would be a serious impact to the industry as well. Number three, significant infrastructure improvements have been made to date, but some that have not been completed would be delayed or never completed. It could also impact the local businesses that work with the industry and support them. And there would be impacts to workforce and the local businesses as well, as I mentioned. In January, directed by the Cannabis Committee, we again surveyed the industry to identify the number of employees that are currently in the cannabis workforce, and that number is about 2,200.
Previously to that, a few years ago, we surveyed the industry as well, and that number at that time was about 2,500. So there has been a decrease in employment. The program met with the CAO executives, the Office of the County Council, the Budget Office, and the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office prior to this presentation. Next slide, please. The Monterey County Code sections identified on your screen, basically they all state the same thing, requiring if you are delinquent, it prohibits the operators to continue operating. The good standing criteria is also identical. What happens also, because within the good standing criteria and these ordinances, it does say and local taxes, and that would also affect the Monterey County Regional Fire District. Next slide, please. In preparing this presentation, we spoke with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office to review the guidelines for cannabis business tax payments. As you have heard before, it is an annual tax due and payable in quarterly installments. Operators may make partial payments of the annual tax at any time during the fiscal year, provided the quarterly installments are paid by the respective due dates, and those dates are on your screen. If those payments are not made, then penalties and interest accrue on delinquent accounts until they become due and fully paid. Next slide, please. This would also affect the provisional cannabis business permit standalone ordinance that you approved in May. The provisional cannabis business permit ordinance used the good standing also as one of the criteria. The delinquency rate for the Monterey County Regional Fire District is currently at 58%, and they have 3 operators on payment plans, and Chief Kevin Kamnikar is actually here with us today if you had additional questions on his process or on those payment plans. Delinquent operators would be operating without the county's authority, but the board could consider directing staff to amend the good standing criteria to avoid these shutdowns. Allowing the businesses to operate while delinquent could remove that incentive to resolve the tax issue. It could also be perceived as inequitable to other operators who pay their taxes timely. Next slide, please. In preparing for this report, we also reached out to several local jurisdictions who we network with on a regular basis. Sonoma County promulgated their rules and they created a payment plan. Santa Cruz has not denied or suspended their business license for non-payment of taxes. What they did do is they created a condition to that annual license which required payment within 3 months. Santa Barbara County has informed the Department of Cannabis Control of non-payment or non-reporting. That is a process that the program currently uses as well. I did ask all of these 3 jurisdictions if they have ever shut down a business specifically due to tax delinquency, and the answer was no, not at this time. Next slide, please. So to give you a deeper look at the tax revenue that is either delinquent, that was either postponed from the stay, and the amounts that are due are in the columns on your screen. So the amount delinquent is approximately 2 million. I will tell you that a few of those operators are no longer in business. 4 of those businesses have assured me that they will be making payments within the next week. The postponement of tax is about 4.1 million, and the Q4 tax due is approximately 2.7. The industry has paid to date approximately 6.8 million. We believe that if there is a significant delinquent amount, that there will be impacts to this current year and possibly to next year. Next slide, please. So the budget office has basically stated as an example, if $5 million are delinquent by August 31st, the general fund will have a funding gap of $5 million. The actual impacts could vary based on the degree of the delinquent tax amount. There could be potential future impacts to fiscal year 23 and future years regarding the projected cannabis tax revenue. Of particular note is the proposed fiscal year 23 proposed allocations to be paid from cannabis tax revenue. This would be $6.1 million for cannabis program staff and related non-staff costs, and the $977,163 for non-cannabis allocations. It's approximately 6 staff total. And so the total brings that close to $7 million. Next slide, please. The cannabis industry across the state, including the nation, is really in a state of turmoil. As you've heard numerous times before, the oversaturation rate within the state and the wholesale pricing has been horrendous for this industry. Until we see price normalization, standards, and those who become fully compliant at the local level and at the state level, we will probably continue to see these unstable conditions. Unlicensed cannabis, federal reform, and interstate commerce are topics that will continue to be discussed, and the program watches closely. Since 2019, we have had 24 business closures. There were 2 in 2019, 7 in 2020, 9 in 2021, and 6 in 2022, but there's an additional 2 for this year as well. There are many indicators on why a business fails. Common factors include being compliant with local and state taxes. I just want to point out that we all knew in the very beginning, this was a brand new industry and nobody had what ACO Chulos would often say is we didn't have a playbook to say this is how we should do it and this is how it should go. But we researched and we studied what others had done in the past. But I will tell you, every year there are more changes. That's at least what the program has seen and has felt. One of the staff asked me to research this morning to give you like a frame of reference. So since 2019, we have had actually 3 new operators. We also have 10 new operators that are in the queue that have not started, but are working on their permits. And I would say a majority of them will start in this calendar year. Next slide, please. Okay, and so now I'm going to review the options. So there are 5. The first option is to refer this item to the Cannabis Committee, which is scheduled to meet on July 7th. And based on that committee's direction, they could ask us to present that to the Budget Committee, which is scheduled for July 27th. Option 2 was B, to leave the process as is, see how many operators ultimately do not pay their taxes timely, and then decide how to proceed with those delinquent operators based on that information. Due to this timing element, the provisional cannabis business permit would not be issued as planned by August 1st. We would delay that. Option 3 is leave the process as is and move forward with the business closure process if an operator is found to be tax delinquent on August 2nd, 2022. The board could establish a threshold such as operators who are more than 2 3/4 delinquent, but that would be up to you. Option 4 would leave the process as is, but establish a moratorium period for operators that cannot pay to begin the process of scaling down the operations by allowing the permittee to finish harvests, submit all required documents, including the cessation of business, and formally cease operations. And if possible, they have that opportunity to bring their tax accounts current. Option 5 is adopt a proposed ordinance to retroactively reduce the tax rate for the second, third, and fourth quarters of fiscal year 21-22 to an amount determined by the board. As an example, the board could retroactively reduce the tax rates to the newly adopted tax rates that follows that 3-2-1 model, meaning $3 for indoor, $2 for mixed light, and $1 for nursery. If staff were directed to use this model, staff does feel that it would avoid the refunds of commercial cannabis business taxes paid by those in quarters 2 and 3. And in those cases, they would receive a credit. But I do want to point out that even this option does not prevent delinquency. And so at this time, this concludes our presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions. I know that several, the Treasurer Tax Collector is on the call. As I mentioned, Chief Kamnikar is here with us today. Rob Brer is here with me from the Office of County Counsel.
Thank you so much, Ms. Moore. So let's just see what we have as far as questions go. I'm looking down. Supervisor Root Askew has no questions. Supervisor Lopez, have you any questions? Supervisor Phillips, any questions? Supervisor Alejo, any questions? Supervisor Alejo? Do you have any questions at this time?
No questions.
Thank you. Then I will take it out to the public and we'll bring it back to the board afterwards for comments and action. So is there any member of the public who wishes to speak to this topic? Yes, everybody come up. No, we'll start with the chief and then we'll come to you and then to you, and then we'll go to see if there's anybody online. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Kamniker with Monterey County Regional Fire District. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate kind of some of the things Joanne mentioned. This is part of the revenue, the taxes that we do collect from the cannabis operators that goes towards our budget. And with the recent decline in the price of cannabis, we've had to come up with alternative options of way that they can pay us. And one of the things was eliminating some of their penalties and taxes and then moving into a payment plan. We did have 3 operators that were working on payment plans. 2 of them have already paid it off. 1 is still currently paying off. And we're working towards about 3 or 4 more right now that we're working to get payment plans working towards getting them paid. Like I said, this is one of our big industries in the county, and this is one of the big revenues that we do count on for the fire district ourselves and also with Monterey County. And with some of the things that Joanne and her team has done in the past is work towards assisting us get these taxes in the past, and hope to work towards it more in the future, and would ask that you do consider some kind of a payment plan for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Jake Brooks from Ladybug Farms. We are, one of the larger operators in Monterey County. I can definitely tell you that navigating these waters is treacherous, difficult, and it's not the easiest business environment. Any direct relief or any direct help that you can give the industry now, this year and next year, as we approach this current economic climate, will be a large investment in the future of this industry in Monterey. Both myself and I think every other operator in Monterey see the long-term potential of this industry. I would highly petition you look to different options to give relief on past quarters of taxes when pricing and when economic conditions did start to change. Payment plans to mirror CDTFA or other different operators and regulators would definitely be preferred, and something that is common in other industries and in other crops as well. But I just want to reaffirm any anything you can outlay to these operators to try and ensure this industry survives across the next 18 months will be a huge benefit to the long term of the industry. We approach a pretty grim economic environment moving forward, not just for cannabis, but for farming in general. So again, we thank you for the time. Thank Joanne and her program for these reports they put together. It really does make a difference. And again, I want to caution you to just please think about this seriously, as it will make a pretty large impact to the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very well timed.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Andrew McCann, and I'm owner of Ladybug Farms and McCann Floral. My family business represents 4 generations, and we've been in business for 76 years within the state of California. I feel very privileged to be part of this new cannabis industry. And I also feel very blessed that I've been able to survive 40 years in the floral industry. It's been very challenging, but I'm very passionate about what I do. And I do feel that the cannabis industry has a lot of potential, but like any new industry, it has a lot of challenges. I take great honor in paying my taxes. This is the very first time, starting with fourth quarter of last year up till present, where I have not been able to pay my taxes. I've put my whole life savings into our business. I feel like we are on a very good track. There are some very positive signs that are starting to occur, but the payment plan, from my perspective, would be an option that I could live up to and would allow me to be able to pay my taxes and get back into good standing. So I just appreciate the opportunity to express this, and I appreciate the work that Joanne and the Cannabis Council have been doing, and I think it's a fair representation of what Monterey County and the state of California is going through.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. McCann. Is there anyone else in chambers who wishes to comment before I go to our virtual attendees? Okay, thank you. Now I will go to those that have joined us online. And first one is Robert Roach.
Thank you, Bob Roach, MCCIA. This is some bad timing. The state is set to eliminate the cultivation tax on July 1st, either by legislation or through the state budget process. And that means the cost of goods sold will decrease for our growers by up to $160 a pound for flower and $48 a pound for leaf, which significantly increases the profit margin. But they won't see that by the July 31st tax deadline, because buyers get terms at least 15 to 30 days. July, August, and September will be providing significantly increased profits until the outdoor crop is harvested in October. July 31st is really a dead line, because once the penalties and interest is applied, there'll be no way to recover for that business. Why should we put our businesses out of business on the eve of a turnaround in the market? You should have had the option of forgiveness. You should have had an option of establishing a payment plan. Those were good solutions. And I don't know what you're willing to do now, but if you don't act, it's going to be unnecessarily disastrous. I think the best solution would be a retroactive lowering of the tax rate, coupled with deferring the penalties and interest for an additional 60 to 90 days. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. And next we have John Louie.
Hello, Chairman of the Board, Mary Adams, and members of the board. Thanks for having me here. Unfortunately, my family and I, we are going to be closing our cannabis businesses here this summer. I happen to be a third generation farming for my family. Main businesses are growing cut flowers, and cannabis was a diversification of our crops. We definitely love the industry and the business of cannabis and the crop. Unfortunately, the economic challenges of the market, the overtaxation and the regulation has stifled our businesses, and we'll be focusing and returning to roses. I echo Bob Roach's pleas there for the taxes and any deferment of payments in a payment plan and reduction of taxes for the previous quarters in chances that we can pay our taxes and continue on with our other businesses. Like I said, this has been a challenging last couple months here for us, and we are sad for our employees and for the businesses and the vendors that we employed. And we just hope that the industry itself can maintain itself and continue on, even if it's without us. I do this for the community and for the friends I've made and the business partners I've made in the industry. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Louie. Next, we have Aaron Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Aaron Johnson from JRG Attorneys. We're dealing with an agricultural commodity, and all of our other ag commodities in Monterey County typically operate as a profitable enterprise 2 out of 5 years. And so that means 3 out of 5 we're typically losing, but we wait to get to those 2 years. In every tax structure that we have, nearly every tax structure, there is a mechanism for repayment of owed taxes or payment of owed taxes to whether it's the IRS, franchise tax board, et cetera. We don't have that mechanism under our structure, and I ask that we take a very close look at the ability to do that. Forfeiture of a business should be an absolute last resort. And in most tax policy, I've got an LLM in tax, a master's in tax. That policy is to allow the business to continue so that they do pay the tax. Forfeiting their license should be an absolute last resort. And then I would just ask that you follow FIRE's lead and create flexible ways we can deal with the past due amounts in hardships and times like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next, we have Christopher Bunn.
Thank you, Chair Adams. I don't have anything specific to say to the cannabis question before you itself, but in general, this past couple of years have been grim for everybody, any kind of industry. And if you're going to discuss any sort of flexibility or relief economically that's within the county's purview, is that can be discussed in the wider context of all industries and all jobs? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunn. Next, we have Karen Ringenberg.
Hi. I, along with my partners, represent a number of cannabis industry participants in the county, and I want to make a specific suggestion to the board as you try to get your hands around this issue, which is to give the cannabis program the discretion to establish payment plans, and folks in compliance with those plans be considered in good standing and timely, as long as they meet their obligations they've agreed under the payment plan. I think that would give a transitional lifeline to folks who otherwise might see a cliff coming on July 31st with interest and penalties that have been deferred. And in addition, I think it actually would increase the revenue that the county sees, because if we drop the hammer and kick out of compliance folks who are most of whom are not going to be able to pay in full on July 31st, then there's going to be those folks are out of business. The cannabis taxes aren't going to be paid at all. And other taxes like employment and other community benefits are going to be lost entirely. So I think if there's lots of things you could do, but at the very least, giving your excellent team managing the program, the cannabis program, discretion to craft and enforce payment plans and giving them the carrot of eliminating or reducing interest and penalties for folks who manage to stay, I think is a win-win for everybody.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next, we'll go to Eloise Shim.
Okay, so this is Eloise Shim, and I wanted to comment about the economics of the cannabis was supposed to be funding the special projects like affordable housing, and homelessness, but with the tax reductions and the demand for more bureaucracy, I think the last time they talked about the operators wanting dedicated caseworkers and they wanted the tax cut because of the saturation status. The taxpayer is and will subsidize the cannabis industry, which frankly, I think is really absurd. And the communities with dispensaries have had an uptick in crime. And the Monterey City, they're going to put on the agenda tonight about putting cannabis on the ballot, which they've had a lot of dissent from business owners about having a dispensary in Monterey. They recently said no to opening a new dispensary in Seaside. So, you know, I don't think any special monetary favors should be done to the cannabis industry, really. I just think it shouldn't be the taxpayers.
Thank you, Ms. Shem. Next, we'll go to Joy Espinoza. Joey, I'm not sure you heard that we're looking at you now.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So I think, I think it's important to note that the cannabis industry is obviously struggling, but at the same time, for the past 5 years, we've been advocating to kind of normalize our industry and be treated like most normal businesses. And currently, that's not the case when you look at the way it's regulated and you look at the way it's taxed. The industry has definitely paid a lot over the past few years, and now we're facing these tough times. And as we talk about payment plans, I think it's important to be clear that a payment plan would be something where you can make micro payments over the course of time and avoid extra penalties. Because historically, there has not been a formal payment plan with the tax office, but you could essentially do a payment plan by going to them and paying what you are able to over time. However, you would accrue penalties, of course, if you're not meeting those certain dates or deadlines. So I think when we're talking about payment plans, we're talking about micro payments that help you avoid being delinquent and potentially help you avoid being put in out of that good standing criteria. The key here is finding a mechanism for these operators to get those taxes paid and remain in good standing so that they don't have to ultimately shut down their business or don't have the ability to renew their licenses because maybe they're not in good standing. So I think the key is again, just finding a way to keep them in business when it comes to their licensing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Espinoza. And now we have Michelle Hackett.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, getting over a cold here. I'm going to try to keep it as brief as possible, but hearing previously from Joanne's office that over 26 operators have had to close up shop to date is a devastating number, and we want to avoid that number from climbing. So although the payment plans has been discussed a numerous amount of times from all of us as operators, to echo Joey's point, a payment plan similar to either regional fire here locally, or what the state is doing, CDTFA, with operators, is making it actually feasible to pay back those past due taxes with good faith by bringing micro payments over time and reducing that number down without accruing additional fees and interest. So I think that's the crucial element that hasn't been touched upon here. Having these payment plans will ensure the few of us that are in operation can remain in operation and continue employing the employees we currently hold. As we all know, the country in a whole is also in an extreme recession. And I think that at this point, it will be the only saving grace that keeps the Monterey County Cannabis Program running. Without this, on July 31st, I know that there will be a number of operators that cannot and will not be paying.
Thank you, Ms. Hackett. I see no additional hands raised. I will come back and ask if there's anyone else in this room that wishes to make comment before I bring it back to the board. Seeing no one coming forward, I'll bring it back to, actually, I'll go back to Joanne and see if you have any additional comments that you would like to make now.
Not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, fine. So let's come back to the board. And I'll start with Supervisor Phillips.
My right.
Thank you.
You know, I heard the comments from everybody, especially those comparing this product to an ag product. And I think that's very true in the sense of when there's value, folks rush in, right? It's just, I've seen it in broccoli. I've seen it in spinach. It's a reality. When there's a plant to be grown for a profit, we do that best here in Monterey County, better than anybody else. I believe that. And I think we've done that with this particular product as well. There's a lot of moving parts, not just at our level right now, being the county level. There's a lot of potential relief coming from the state as well. We've heard the 3-year, but obviously all that has to get pushed back and forth in negotiations over potential relief. So given the context in which we're having this conversation today with the timelines, I'm not comfortable with the recommendations of kicking it back to committee to have additional conversations, knowing that we're likely going to come up with something to kick it right back here. And what's going to happen is industry is going to be left wondering, well, where is it? Who's in charge? And what's happening? I've heard that there's a potential option that wasn't in the slides, but to really look at it as a case-by-case basis and work with independent companies to figure out how we can set up payment plans over time and what stretch that might be confined by certain parameters on tax years. The longer we can stretch those out, I'm comfortable with, but I do think that that would also give us that opportunity to wait and see what the relief might look like from the state, being honest about the end price per square foot being larger from the state rather than it is from us. I think all those things are real. At the end of the day, what is important to me, as I've said every time we've had this conversation, are the jobs. And I know that there's, as you said in your survey, 300 folks out there that perhaps have left industry looking for work in other fields. I've heard that anecdotally. And I think that we have to be mindful, as I said last time, of getting to a point where it's cost recovery until we can get to a position where this industry is back on its feet. And it may well be cyclical given the nature of farming and growing crops. And so for me today, after having heard all the public input and options put forward by staff, I'm wondering if there is perhaps a middle ground here where we can talk about some sort of a case-by-case basis with payment plans moving forward, which I've heard might be utilized in other jurisdictions throughout the state, which would give time for potential relief from the state as well, to allow folks to better structure. I understand there's not as many partners as there used to be on the finance end. There's additional challenges from that side of the house as well. But that's where I'm comfortable today and would like to hear a little more about what potentially could come from that sort of a conversation.
Thank you for that. So let me hear from the other supervisors, and I've got my comments for you as well. So Supervisor Radowski, have you any comments to make here?
Yeah, I have many thoughts. So we as a board, I think, have spent a decent amount of time working hard to try to find the right balance, to weave the right path forward, to listen to the information from this new industry, to support this new industry as it figures out how all of this is supposed to work as new information and new requirements and regulations were coming into play. And having said that, also Supervisor Lopez's comments about, this is an agricultural industry, and, I've sold industrial commodities for many years, and it is cyclical and prices do fluctuate, I think, in some industries and some particular products more than others. And so to the degree that we're able to find that balance of, as a government, right, we're not in the business of taking large risks as growers or farmers or agricultural purchasers. But we do, I think, have it is in our best interest to be able to maintain and to support and to see this industry be successful as we wait for federal legalization, as we wait for sort of things to settle themselves out. So I appreciate the options. I'm struggling a little bit with where the right middle ground is as we move forward. I've heard loud and clear from my colleagues that we want to do everything we can to ensure the success of cannabis industry, and at the same time, without knowing, at this point, simply extending a moratorium for delinquent operators or extending payment plans, we don't have any way to assess the need that exists for any individual applicant who's delaying taxes. We don't have any way to determine the realities of what's happening beyond what's being presented to us. And so it's difficult to be able to make a blanket statement or give blanket policy about how to best move forward without some of the additional details around who and how the needs actually exist, and how many of our operators in the field are actually impacted by, is this everyone? Is everyone delinquent? Is it, 50% of the industry is delinquent? Is it our large operators, our small operators? I think there's more information that would be helpful to have as we move forward. So I think I'm appreciating the conversation, and those are some of my initial thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Alejo. Do you have any comments you'd like to make?
I think I'm open to providing additional time to make the payments. I am concerned about leaving this year's fiscal budget with a $5 million hole. Otherwise, we're going to be scrambling. Where do we take that money from? But I know that there seems to be a way, as other counties are doing, to provide additional time, whether it's 3 months or 6 months, to be able to make those payments on taxes due. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And I share a lot of your sentiments, Supervisor Lopez. I feel like I don't want to kick the can. I want us to make some decisions now, because I think the industry needs it. We need to have some sort of idea. People need to have some sort of idea of where we're going in order to feel some sort of confidence about how they are going to be able to survive. I'm totally supportive of a payment plan. And I think that the payment plan would definitely need to be linked to ensuring that the industry, the persons who are in the part of the payment plan and are making their timely payments, do not lose their good standing. I think that's really a critical part of this. I think a payment plan for each individual grower looking at each sort of circumstance is going to be difficult to manage. I know we talked about finding some sort of consultant perhaps who would be able to help us in that regard. But again, I know that we don't have, as Supervisor Rudasky said, we don't have a lot of numbers to go along with this. How many people are we actually talking about? How many businesses are we talking about that want to be part of the payment plan so that they would be able to continue in their business? I think I was happy to hear Wendy indicate something I strongly feel, and I think that is all of us have a real commitment to ensuring the viability of the cannabis industry in this county. And we have to work together to be able to figure out how are we going to get over this hump so that we can continue to move forward. So my hope is that we as a board would be able to agree to do a payment plan process, whatever that looks like. My hope is that we would be able to extend it till December 31. I think that might be a good amount of time of this year. And that as long as the payment plan is set, when the payment plan is set up, that one would have to ensure that they make and meet the plan that is put in place so that you can keep the good standing, so that you aren't being penalized about continuing on with your business or not being able to continue with the other parts of it that you need to be in good standing for. As far as how much are we talking about? I think we need to have that information, but I don't want that lack of information today to stop us from moving forward with the conceptual plan. And the conceptual plan would be to have a payment plan set up and to ensure that people keep on it, that they keep up to date on it, and therefore will not lose their good standing. Those are the three things that I think are going to be important to have in our portfolio. And I think if we could agree to that today, then we can move forward with staff to find a consultancy or however we want to do that, to work with the individual growers, get the numbers of people that we're actually talking about so we have an idea of what the responsibility is going to be. I totally acknowledge that this is too much for either the treasurer tax collector or the program to take on to do. We have to have someone else come in and help because I think the magnitude would just be too much. So quite frankly, I would like to make a motion that we move forward with determining the, yes.
I'd like to be heard.
To speak?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I share the concerns and we've seen the industry go up and down, and I agree with Supervisor Lopez, but hopefully it'll turn around. But we see in other counties, they're adding more square footage to it. So it may not, but I'm in favor of a payment plan. I think it's a little, until we know how big an issue we have, it's a little premature to start setting up until we've heard. I mean, Joanne, do you have the resources, or could you come back with us with where you think we ought to go if we go with a payment plan, or do we see how many people we're talking about before we, embark on that? I'd like to have a little more input from Joanne, who's on top of it.
Could I ask that Norma share one of the slides again?
Yes.
Okay, slide 7, please. So slide 7 does provide you a fairly good estimate of the dollars that we're talking about. So you're looking at, again, the tax that we consider to be delinquent. You're looking at the tax that's considered to be postponed, and then what we estimate to be what's due on July 31st for fourth quarter. And then that amount gives you the total at the bottom there. As I did say, some of the operators that are in the column of delinquent, they are no longer operating. In regards to Supervisor Phillips' question about what does this look like? What could really a program take on? That if a consultant is how the board would like to move forward, we have to understand that is going to take time. It's going to take time to find the consultant, to put the parameters together to say, what does that payment plan look like? And we can look to our peers, to our other jurisdictions, to see how they have set things up, to use that as kind of just a starting point. I know that Sonoma County has offered to share their information only. I do agree. There should be criteria. There should definitely be milestones that must be met, and with the circumstance if you don't meet them. I think that needs to be very clear. And I do believe also it should be on a case-by-case basis, but there has to be some type of criteria that basically identifies that this person is, or this operator is, a candidate for this, for such a payment plan process. I have briefly spoke with Nick about this. I do believe the program staff that you have, I think one of the areas that they do excel at is in creating standards and creating a process. What we're up against right now is with all the other calamities that are coming, together. You have trying to meet local requirements by next year, trying to transition to annual licensure. We just received the DCC's proposed regulations, which has some significant changes to our operators. So it all comes down to staffing. It comes down to how many hours in a day do you actually have? And then, you know, what I have realized within the last 2 weeks here, it's really not how many hours I'm willing to work. It's really the quality of those hours, because at some point in time, you start losing the quality. But I do believe it's something that I'd like to speak further with the Office of the County Council. Definitely, we need to collaborate with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office and others to see if possibly, if the program could create that and manage, as far as manage to make sure they comply, the compliance part, because they're not going to be making payments to the program. They'll be making payments to the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. But as long as I think we have something that's very clear, just like the provisional cannabis business permit, in order to transition to annual licensure, it's clear what you need to do. And if you don't do that, then the consequence is you will need to shut down the business. And if we have that, I believe the program could do that, but I do believe we would need additional resources. And I'm not talking about long-term, I'm talking about some type of temporary staffing to assist, because the staff currently today, the 5 that I have, they're trying to work on everything else. And so that's, Supervisor Phillips, I hope I answered your question, but that's what I think. I do think that the consultant is it's a very good idea, but I have been down that road and it just takes a lot of time. We may not have someone in an agreement on board maybe for 3 or 4 months. And then the question comes to be, so what do we do in that interim? Because in the interim, they would be considered delinquent.
So what would the scenario look like to you then? What would the staffing scenario look like to you if you felt like a consultancy would take too long to organize?
Well, I would have to think about that a little bit and definitely speak with the ACAO to talk about how we might be able to, what that number might be. I don't know. I would hate to say that the program could take that on currently right now with what they have.
With you.
Right.
I don't think there's any question in any of
Okay.
our minds.
But I do believe temporary support, I think that could be feasible. And what I think the program does bring to this whole situation is that we do know the operators. We work with them on a day-to-day basis. And I'm not saying we manage their business plans, but we know them, we know who to call. They call us back when we call. So we have a very good relationship, I believe.
Good. Okay. I'm looking at anyone who wishes to make additional comment.
Oh, okay, we're gonna do additional comment. I wasn't sure if we were gonna stick to our 2 comments.
You've only had one since we did comment. I'm keeping track.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, okay. Yes, Supervisor Phillips.
I just thinking if Joanne and her staff could set up the criteria and kind of the scope of what they're doing, and we could come back in 2 or 3 weeks and then adopt that. But I think she may be right. It may be more effective if we can bring in some temporary people rather than going out there. But that was my thought. But
Supervisor Lopez.
I like that, the criteria and scope in a couple weeks for clarity, and then we can vote on that formally and everybody can have input on if there's anything missing and go from there.
Would it be appropriate for us to have essentially, I don't know if one motion would do this or not, but if we could alert the industry that we are in agreement to do a payment plan, the process to be determined, that would keep them in good standing, so that there would be something about a payment plan that they can
Well, I think that's what we're saying on the dais right now, and what that actually looks like will be what comes back in 2 weeks. But yeah, I have no doubt that the advocates who have spoken today are still listening, and we'll make sure that everybody's aware of which direction we're going, and we will hear from industry in the next 2 weeks, I'm certain.
Okay. Supervisor Alejo, would you like to make any comments?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chulos.
Madam Chair, could I just make one request that we keep the door open on the possibility of using a consultant for some aspect of this? I think there was a little bit of discussion. It's not clear to me what the board's wishes are on that. I think we may want to have some discussions with some consultants about some of the details.
Excellent. My hope is that that Ms. Iwamoto will come back to us after having discussion with the industry, with you, and others to see what's the best process for us to get this rolling and to move ahead. And that's what I was hearing from everyone. So I think that we can move forward with that. So would anyone like to try to fashion a motion out of everything that we've been saying here today?
Through the chair.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm listening, and I think as we move, I hear that there seems to be consensus around giving some direction on some sort of case-by-case basis, allowing for payment plans to be set up. And I think as we ask staff to draft something to bring back to us, I think for me, it's going to be important that we're really clear about criteria that's necessary in order to set up a payment plan. I think it's important that we're really clear about the dates by which we need to have need to be back up to paid in full. And we need to be really clear about what happens if we don't, if an operator is not able to meet those expectations, and recognize that, while we want everyone to be successful, that there may be, like as you described, we have some operators that have not been successful. We have others that are still interested in coming into the market. I think that it's important that we have a really clear understanding of the budget impacts of whatever is being proposed. And you have the screen up on the screen, I have the piece here, the $4 million that's outstanding. At that point, those are not folks who are in, thank you, who are in delinquency, because we allowed for a grace period for paying. So knowing it's difficult, I'm struggling a little bit because I don't know how many operators that is, how many permits that is, how many of those individuals are unable to pay versus how many have just said, if I'm a business and I'm operating and you tell me I don't have to pay my taxes until, the last day, I'm going to keep my cash and pay on the last day that I have to come in and pay. So who's falling into what category there? And so across the board, so I'm concerned that we be really clear about what it is that we're proposing. And I guess I have hesitations with just blindly saying, let's direct staff to come up with a plan, recognizing that there are going to be budget implications. We're relying on these dollars for our current year budget and our next year's budget that we just approved. So I'm struggling a little bit with how we do this moving forward. Charles, are you able to weigh in?
I was actually thinking that you were ready to make a motion that formulated all of that. I think that, there are two ways to do this. I think that you could give that kind of specific direction as far as some of the parameters you as a board want to see. Alternatively, I think staff has a pretty good understanding of some of the options that the board is looking at. You may not all agree at the time when it comes forward to pick those options, but I think the staff has a pretty good idea that, that you want to, see a potential payment plan, that you want to have repercussions for people businesses that don't stay up to date on this payment plan, but if they're up to date, they're in good standing. There might be a need to make sure that there's actually a need for the payment plan, and that's something I think is going to be somewhat debatable up here. That I think would take a little bit more effort, and that's where we might need a consultant. I think that's the piece where you might need a consultant. And I think as far as the how far out you go, I think is something that I think they can put into options. I think those options can all be brought back, unless Joanne doesn't agree with what I'm saying.
No,
You agree with all that?
I was I wasn't making a face.
No, I thought, I just want to make sure you're on board with it. That's
No,
all.
I was
Yeah.
trying to write down what you were saying.
I just don't want to go somewhere where Joanne doesn't think it's possible. But I think everything that's been set up here, I think is something that they can put into the options that are specifically brought back, as opposed to more generally the way that we're looking at it today. And so I think a motion up here could be to direct staff to come back with some specific options for the board to from which the board could select.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I might add,
Yes.
as part of that, maybe you were thinking of this, Mr. McKee, but the staffing impact on that, on those options, right?
That would be one of the things that would be
Resources.
included in the, essentially sort of like the matrix. So I'm going to make an attempt to make a motion. And my motion would be at the July 12th Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting, program staff would return with some specific options that would include staff input, that would include fiscal input, and that would include the prepayment plan and the intent of remaining in good standing. It would also include the options would also include what the situation would be were someone not to follow suit on the plan that was directed, that they agreed to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Is there anyone who's willing to second that motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Supervisor Alejo, do you wish to make a comment? You've only spoken once.
No, so we're I don't know what the et cetera was, but so we're just going to bring this back, correct?
Correct, July 12th.
Okay, got it. I'm good with that.
Thank you. Okay, could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much, staff, for all of the work that you put into this all the time. With that, we will close item 22 and move into item number 23, which is the desalinization treatment plant. And I see that we have Mr. Encarnacion coming forward to do a presentation for us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Rick Encarnacion, Bureau Chief, Environmental Health Bureau. We're here today to present to you consideration for amending Monterey County Code Chapter 10.72 to remove the prohibition on private ownership or operation of a desalination facility. I'm here today with Mr. Roger Van Horn, one of the supervising environmental health specialists over the Drinking Water Protection Services Program. We are here today to present the recommendation that the Board of Supervisors find that an ordinance amending Chapter 10.72 of the Monterey County Code to remove the prohibition on private ownership or operation of a desalination facility would not have a significant effect on the environment and adopt a negative declaration. And adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 10.72 of the Monterey County Code to remove the prohibition on private ownership or operation of a desalination facility. On March 20th, 2018, the board referred the matter to staff, requesting that Chapter 10.72 of the Monterey County Code that regulates desalinization facilities be modified to allow development of regional facilities through a public-private partnership. Board referral number 2018.09, updated to referral 2021.13. The language in 10.72 introduced an unintended ambiguity as to whether a private entity could own or operate a desalinization facility. Section 10.72 10.010 does not restrict potential permittees to public entities. However, Section 10.72.030B requires applicants to provide assurances that each facility be owned and operated by a public entity. On May 15th, 2018, staff presented to the board its findings and recommendations and requested direction from the board to amend Chapter 10.72 to clarify ambiguous language in the provisions of Chapter 10.72 relating to ownership and operation of desalination facilities by a public entity. The board direction was to amend the language in 10.72 to remove this ambiguity and to include public-private ownership and operation as an option. On June 7th, 2022, staff presented to the board an ordinance to amend Chapter 10.72 to include private ownership and operation. Having received no additional CEQA inquiries since June 7th, we therefore ask the board to find that an ordinance amending Chapter 10.72 of the Monterey County Code to remove the prohibition on private ownership or operation of a desalination facility would not have a significant effect on the environment and adopt a negative declaration, and adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 10.72 of the Monterey County Code to remove the prohibition on private ownership or operation of a desalination facility. And with that, we're prepared to answer any questions. I understand we also have Mr. Eric Lundquist. I think he's in the audience online to answer any questions about CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Encarnacion. I will come to the board to see if there are any questions from any member of the board at this point. Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Rudascu, Supervisor Alejo. I see, and I don't have questions from myself at this point either. We will take it out to the public and see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on this particular item. I see we have 2 hands raised, if I'm not mistaken.
No, 3.
Okay, let's see here. Okay, the first speaker will be Eric Tynan. Mr. Tynan, are you out there? There we go. And you're up, Eric. Are you there, Eric? I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll come back to you. I see that you're unmuted. I don't know why we're not hearing you. But we will come back to hear you after we go through a couple of people when you get your voice settled down. Okay, the next person is someone whose telephone is ending in 312. If you could please unmute yourself by pressing *6. There we go. And someone who's ending in 312, please identify yourself, and you've got 1.5 minutes.
Margaret Ann Copperdall, based on new information, I'm amending my previous input. While I would like Ordinance 10.72 to remain intact, I want to support Chair Adams in this noble quest for regional harmony and creative water supply solutions. If ordinance revision will enable regional water workshops to be more participatory, then we should proceed full speed to facilitate powerful, innovative ideas and cultivate mutual neighborly empathy and responsiveness. A higher good can be served and act as a soothing, healing balm to alleviate bitter feelings formed over many rancorous, divisive years. Water should never be exploited, neither for profit nor for political weaponization. Notwithstanding, sometimes we have to compromise, give much to achieve an equally lofty goal. Like the blind men, each evaluated an elephant's anatomy, such as its tail, trunk, or body, to guess what each part might be. We each have differing water supply perceptions and historical contexts. Even so, we can and must unite to cooperate for a better tomorrow, to inspire even more American ingenuity, the fruit of freedom. This dignified goal empowers all to remove the blindfolds, to consider the whole integral elephant instead of fragmentary operations. To see the aggregate picture is an inclusive, salubrious, solid strategy for success. Chair Adams' heart's desires for all of us to work together in harmonious collaboration. We all want such a positive outcome, and this is not in conflict.
Thank you so much, Ms. Coppernall. Truthfully, thank you very, very much. Now I will see if Eric Tynan can unmute himself and speak. Are you there, Eric? I'm sorry that we still can't hear you. You may want to try logging out and logging back in. Next, we'll go to Norm Groot.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members, supervisors. So speaking in support of the recommendation, as I did 2 weeks ago, and I'm not going to repeat a lot of the arguments there, but I do think that it's noteworthy to show that we need to move on. It's time to consider all particular solutions that may be coming our way to provide additional water supplies in our county. And desalination is obviously something that we will need to consider in the future, and we should allow any and all solutions to come forward, and of course go through the regular permitting and CEQA process for those projects. But at this point, I think it's time that we move on and allow something to change that is no longer needed. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Groot. Next, we have Joe Desmond.
Thank you, supervisors and staff. Joe Desmond speaking on behalf of Sustainable Agriculture and Energy. On June 7th, this board was provided an environmental analysis and draft ordinance to rescind Ordinance 10.72. During that meeting, I believe the merits of doing so were on display, including this board's discussion on the example of a single well and single hookup instance. Staff and council gave confusing opinions on the options available to an individual should they need to treat that well for saltwater intrusion or brine. To me, this exemplifies the challenges this ordinance creates, sweeping mandates that create a one-size-fits-all problem. There isn't another county in California that has a similar ordinance or public ownership mandate. When you consider this issue, I would impress upon you that we need more options, not less, and without a specific project in mind. It means choosing flexibility today so that we have immediate options in our future. Projects aren't created overnight, and even with the most positive projections, it could take until 2030 before we see an active project in Monterey County. As cited by states at risk, by 2050, the severity of widespread summer drought is projected to almost triple in California. We need to develop and create climate adaptation solutions that back what we know. The water we have today isn't what we will have tomorrow. I ask you to rescind this ordinance and allow us to take a step towards solving our water needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Desmond. And now let's try Eric Tynan again.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Finally, Jesus. Oh, thanks, Chair Adams. I'm sorry for the delay. This is Eric Tynan. I'm the General Manager of the Castroville Community Service District. Just to give you some perspective, right now, Castroville, we're right at the tip of the seawater intrusion. It just took out our best well. Right now, our wells are, one of my wells is 107 feet static below. That's lower than it was in 2015. In 2015, it only got to 107 feet below static. Now it's 107 and we're in June. That was in August. We really need a new water supply. We should not be limiting ourselves by this ordinance, which I don't believe was well thought out when it came up. It had more political implications than environmental or social. So I hope you allow for public-private ownership, either one, whatever it takes to get a new project through. Castroville is hoping to do something pretty soon. We'd be happy to partner with anybody, but the way the ordinance is written right now, I don't think even you can't really have a public-private. It has to be just public. So I really hope you'll do it, and I appreciate your leadership, Chair Adams, and the help of the other supervisors. We really appreciate it in Castroville, and we're doing what we can here. So come see us sometime. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric. Is there anyone else who wishes to comment on this item? I'm not seeing any additional hands raised. I'm not seeing anyone in the chambers coming forward. So we'll bring it back to the board for final comments. And I'll start with Supervisor Rudascu.
Thank you. I think my comments and questions when this originally came to us on the 7th remain, and I'll just for the record state that regardless of my feelings about the water, the desalination, public-private ownership, this is adopting a negative declaration for CEQA, and my understanding is that this referral was brought to us as a direct response to plans that were submitted for a desalinization, a privately owned desalinization treatment facility that was circulated locally, reviewed by county staff, was pitched to a number of different individuals. So I can't in good conscience vote to adopt a negative declaration of environmental impact to amend the ordinance, because my understanding is that this was or could be argued as a project that was under discussion. So I will be voting no today.
Thank you. And now I will come to my left and I'll start with Supervisor Lopez.
I guess since we're just going on the record with understandings, I understand the opposite, that it's not for a specific project. And for that reason, I'm ready and willing to support today. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, we've heard some people that decry that this would be a private water company, but we have, besides Cal-Am, we have private water companies in our county, Cal Water and Alco, and how we can say you can have private water companies when they're pumping wells through wells and other sources, but you can't have a private water company providing water and desal. Just makes no sense to me. And Liberty Company was the one that brought this concept to us, but I understand Liberty isn't even pursuing this anymore, but other people are looking about if this really goes through about proceeding with the concept of brackish water system. And once I started looking into this, it had a lot of positive things, because it gets at most of the project out of the coastal zone where we have more control. But even that, if you look at what the Coastal Commission was saying when they denied the water project in Huntington Beach, they were saying, well, they were more in favor of possibly a slant well situation. And I'm not talking about Cal-Am. I talk about something that would be done out in Moss Landing. And we always hear people decry, well, we need more affordable housing. We need more housing for the homeless. Oh, but gee, we just can't because we don't have water. In North County, we are dire needs, as you just heard from Eric Tynan. But the Coastal Commission is telling us we can't even though the state's telling us we have to, we can't even build an ADU because we don't have an adequate water source. So North County needs it, but I think a lot of the other areas in our county need this independent, reliable water source in many other areas. So at the appropriate time, I'd like to make a motion to approve staff recommendation on this.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm generally in concept supportive of desal, knowing that we're now facing a tremendous drought. And in 2014, when I worked on getting the water bond placed on the ballot, because of the harsh impact the drought has on disadvantaged communities, I generally in concept support desal in being part of our regional and also our state's water portfolio. We have to look at all options, as droughts will only become more severe in the future and will have big impacts not only on agriculture, but on hospitality, in particular in Monterey County, but also on the poorest residents. So that's the perspective I'm coming from. In our last meeting, I did have concerns because I did want to convey more of my interest in the future in pursuing a public-private partnership. A public-private partnership, because we know that's going to build the most support in the future. I don't want to go down a route with private companies and then 10 years down the road, we're in the exact same situation that we were in today. So if I'm supporting this, it's with the intent to allow additional options, public-private partnership options, to hopefully come forward, to be fully considered, to fully go through environmental review as a part of a water solution here in Monterey County. But I did want to just stress again that going the private route, it will perhaps generate the least support, the least consensus, and we will be going around in circles rather than coming up with real regional solutions. So for that reason, I will support, but I wanted to just put my intent on record why I'm supporting this, but it's really geared towards looking at potential public-private partnerships on desal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I'm not going to repeat all the comments I made on June 7th, but there are just a couple of things that I do want to reiterate. And that's that I believe that water, which is our absolute most precious resource, should not be the basis for profiteering. I also believe that public oversight controls over utility costs should be managed by experienced public entities. The CPUC has already determined that this county ordinance does not apply to CalAm or the CalAm desal project. This change will not make much of a difference with that project, will not make any difference with that project. The ordinance change will not impact the Monterey Peninsula. It does not interfere with the peninsula's efforts to achieve public ownership with the buyout of CalAm. There will be too many agencies involved in a regional, there will need to be many agencies involved in a regional desal project, which is what I strongly support. Any private entity would need to form partnerships for a regional project. And I believe, as Supervisor Rudascu and Supervisor Alejo said, that what I expect would be a regional public-private partnership, one that would probably be organized through a joint powers agreement. I would prefer public ownership of any large-scale regional desal project. I see the task at hand for me is to continue to work with our public agency partners to help develop a viable publicly owned project. However, in the seawater intruted areas of North County, I believe that there are cases where private well owners and mutual water companies may need to be able to desalt the water from their existing wells. I'm going to support this today, again, because we need to keep all options on the table as we move forward with solving our water supply issues that affect all of us countywide. So with that, I think Supervisor Phillips, you wanted to make a motion?
Yes, and I'd like to thank Madam Chair for her support on this motion. I know that was a lot of pressure otherwise. I move staff recommendation that the ordinance amending 1072 on the Monterey County Code be removed and with all the other negative declarations that is recommended by the staff recommendation.
Thank you, and I will second that motion. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Rudascu?
No.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. Thank you. And now we will close that item and move on to new referrals.
Thank you, Madam.
Very much, Mr. Van Horn and Mr. Encarnacion.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are no new referrals this week.
Thank you. And then we will go to item 25, which is referral responses.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 25 is a referral response to referral number 2021.30, which is regarding collaboration with schools on COVID-19 prevention. And I'm going to turn it over to Christy Michio, I think is on the Zoom here to present.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, board members and the public. Christy Michie, Assistant Director of Public Health for the Monterey County Health Department. Today's information updates the Health Department's preliminary analysis report in response to board referral number 2021.30, which was provided to the board on January 11th of this year. Immunization remains one of the most important strategies to prevent hospitalizations and deaths due to COVID-19. The Health Department continues to collaborate with a variety of stakeholders, including schools, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, pharmacies, city governments, hospitals, and healthcare clinics to increase COVID-19 vaccination rates. As of May 3rd this year, the Health Department's Public Health Bureau has organized and implemented 310 COVID-19 vaccination clinics, administering approximately 48,700 doses of COVID-19 vaccine. Schools continue to be an important points of distribution for vaccinations. Of the 310 Public Health Bureau hosted vaccine immunization clinics, 50 were hosted at schools, not including an additional 44 clinics that were conducted at sites directly adjacent to a school campus. Your Clinic Services Bureau currently vaccinates children 5 years of age and older by offering COVID-19 vaccinations at routine pediatric visits and offering COVID-19 vaccines in special clinics. Your Public Health Bureau and Clinic Services Bureaus are leaders in providing COVID-19 vaccination services to the community. Among all local vaccination service providers for COVID-19, the Public Health Bureau ranks first in immunizing children ages 5 to 11 years of age and ranks second in immunizing children 12 to 17-year-olds. Clinic Services Bureau ranks second and third in the same respective categories. Health equity remains one of the health department's top priorities. 95% of COVID-19 immunization clinics hosted by the Public Health Bureau to date have been located in venues within Healthy Places Index quartiles 1 and 2 communities, which represent communities ranked lowest for the variety of predicted health outcomes. Vaccination rates among school-aged children living in HPI quartile 1 and 2 communities in Monterey County meet or exceed the statewide vaccination rates for HPI quartiles 1 and 2. That said, our work is not done. The health department will continue to review existing vaccination strategies and determine if vaccination strategies should be modified. Though there continues to be a shortage of qualified vaccinators and a dwindling number of host sites and volunteers available, the health department is prepared to roll out vaccines for the 6-month to 4-year-old age population. In addition, Public Health Bureau is engaged in longer-term planning to prepare for the fall 22 influenza and COVID-19 dual vaccination season. And that is my update for today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mishi. I will come to the board and see if there's anyone who wishes to make any ask any comments, ask any questions, make any comments.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. And I just want to a big shout of appreciation to the Public Health Bureau for all of the support with schools and getting our kids vaccinated. I just want to comment that the vaccinations have now become available for the younger children as well. And there are questions about where people can find vaccinations for their little ones. I've had a number of people contact me looking for the Moderna vaccination. So I'm not sure, Christy, if you're able to comment on what the best way for parents who want to or who are continuing to look for where to find a booster or vaccine for their child under the age of 12, where they would best be able to identify and locate that.
So I think most vaccine providers in Monterey County have not had vaccines shipped to them yet. We are expecting vaccine to arrive within the county starting likely tomorrow and then through next week. So I think the best way to look for that is the Monterey County Health Department's COVID-19 website has a vaccination page. On there is, under the vaccination section is a link to where there is a list of vaccination clinics throughout the county. You can click either on my turn to schedule an appointment, or there's a list by city or region, and it usually says the age groups that are being vaccinated. It might include the type of vaccine. If it is a retail outlet like CVS or Walgreens, or if you're going to your provider, your routine provider, you may want to call ahead as you schedule your appointment to see what type of vaccine they're offering. Early on, there may be some product that's available and some days, and another product that's available other days at those sites, because while the vaccine stream starts to move in, it may be a little bit variable. But that website is really the best place to go to find out where there are local vaccination clinics.
Great, thank you. And I'm just also acknowledging that we've still got a lot of work to do. Kids are on summer break right now, but they're headed back to school, and we've got a lot of kids who still need to get vaccinated and a lot of kids who are becoming eligible for boosters. So I really appreciate the work that Public Health is doing to continue to outreach to all of our partners so that we can ensure that everyone in our community remains protected as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudasky. Supervisor Lopez, any comment? Supervisor Phillips, any comment? Nope. Supervisor Alejo, any comments? Okay, thank you very much. I'll go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on this referral. I do see one hand raised. It is a phone ending in 902. If you would like to unmute yourself by pressing *6, there we go. And you have 1 minute, 30 seconds for your comments.
Thank you. This is Nina Beatty. There's no COVID emergency for children, as has been established by research. The vaccines don't prevent transmission or infection. The British Medical Journal showed that the protocols for the vaccine development were not to reduce deaths, hospitalization, or severe illness. Most children are already immune. Vaccines reduce children's immunity, and the risks outweigh any benefits and increase the risk of side effects, including myocarditis. The Pfizer clinical trials for children 2 to 4 failed to meet FDA-specified requirements for COVID vaccine emergency use authorization. Results found in a large database that the New York Department of Health show that children got negative efficacy from being vaccinated, and after 9 weeks, their risk of getting COVID was far greater than unvaccinated children. This proposal that you're working on, that you continue to push, is not backed by science or logic or ethics. Some children will likely die, and others will be permanently injured from these vaccines based on reporting to the VAERS database. And the pediatric clinical trials for COVID vaccines were too small to detect safety signals for serious adverse effects. There's no long-term safety data, there's no available care for children injured by COVID shots, and there are safer drugs that could be used. This is immoral to push these vaccines on children when there are so many risks. And I do not understand how this board can continue to push this stuff when the science is very...
Thank you, Ms. Beatty, for your comments on this item. And now I will go back to, I don't think there are any other comments from the public. I will go back to Dr. Mishi and ask if you're looking for any direction from this board today.
I don't think so. I think today was just an update. As I mentioned, we'll continue to work on COVID vaccination, trying to reach those hard to reach populations and try to get our immunization rates up in our pediatric population.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that. I will go ahead and close item 25 then and move forward to item 26.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's regarding the VITA project and the work that we've been doing with the Community Foundation. And I think our Health Director, Elsie Jimenez, is prepared to present.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Adams, members of the board, members of the public. I would also like to note that our colleague Michael Castro from the Community Foundation is ready to help answer any questions that I may not answer. Krista apologizes for not being here today to present, so I will be presenting on her behalf. So I'm Elsa Jimenez and I'm the Health Director. Just a little bit of history on our VIVA. Our VIVA effort started back in December of 2020 as a community health worker model that was really built to support our community as we were addressing the disparate impacts of COVID-19 pandemic in our community. As I mentioned, and as CAO McKee mentioned, it is an effort implemented in collaboration with the Community Foundation for Monterey County and many community-based organizations. It originally was started because of an investment by the Board of Supervisors of about 4.9 million. And initially it was intended to go up until June of 2020. But the Board of Supervisors did give approval to roll over the unexpended funds and continue implementing until March of 2021. Your board provided approval for additional ARPA funding that would in essence match the funding that was obtained by the county through its health department from the Federal Health and Human Services Literacy Grant that really enabled VIVA to continue at the March capacity, which was approximately 50 full-time community health workers that will continue to support our community from April of this year until the end of the calendar year. As I mentioned, originally it was funded at 50. I'm happy to report that right now we have actually 44 full-time CHWs across 8 of our community-based organizations that are partnering with this on this effort. Our VIVA CHWs have continued to focus on COVID-19 testing and vaccination registration and clinic supports. Outreach supports are done in different languages and communities. Our CHWs speak English, Spanish, and 3 indigenous language, and they are really focused in conducting outreach in zip codes that fall within the lowest quartile of the Healthy Places Index. Additional outreach efforts have focused on parents and African American communities as the data indicated those community sectors needed to be of greater focus. In addition, our CHWs have received additional training in social media communication methods the Medi-Cal application process and how to support our community residents with their applications. And they've continued to receive training in mental health as well as wellness supports. All organizations began supporting our residents with the Medi-Cal application process at all of our testing locations as of June 1st, and are also adding supports to help people who potentially qualify for the county's Esperanza program that's operated out of your county health system, as well as CalFresh applications. This support will connect individuals that are more vulnerable to COVID-19 and ensure that they have access to the necessary medical and food resources. From January of this year through April, the VIDA project had outreach interactions with over 24,000 individuals, where they provided COVID-19 prevention and education materials and resource connections. They also assisted 550 people with vaccinations at our VIDA partner clinics, conducted over 6,700 COVID tests, and distributed over 6,900 rapid antigen test kits, as well as supported almost 520 individuals with basic needs and resources through our COVID-19 isolation and quarantine support. Since March of this year, our CHWs have received training in supporting individuals with the application process, as I indicated. They received a HIPAA refresher and began supporting our residents with completing their Medi-Cal application earlier this month. They have also helped 300 individuals complete the countywide community health assessment that will really lend information to your health department, to our county hospital systems in terms of the needs and services that we need to be delivering as a system to our residents to improve their well-being. Between April and May of this year, we expended about $350,000 of the county allocated ARPAs, and we are on target to expend the full amount through the end of December. As I mentioned, we continue to expand the knowledge base and content that our CHWs are being trained on so they can be better supports for our community. Some of the upcoming activities that we have is having them go through a certification in mental health first aid and basics of overdose education and naloxone distribution as part of our community-wide substance use harm reduction efforts. And we're working with CDPH to be able to obtain the naloxone so that the CHWs have them available to distribute to residents who may be at risk of overdose or have a loved one who may be at risk. As stated during the budget hearings as part of our sustainability efforts, we're still waiting for further direction from the state, from the Department of Healthcare Services, about how some of our community-based organizations can become Medi-Cal billable entities that would really help to support continuing the work of our existing community health workers and giving them an opportunity to be able to bill Medi-Cal for those services. One example of how this effort has really created additional successes in our community is that Bright Futures is collaborating on an initiative called Mi Vida, Mi Futuro, My Life, My Future. The goal of this initiative is to increase the college and career knowledge of students and parents so that they can take advantage of every educational and vocational opportunity available to them. They are accomplishing this goal by recruiting, training, and supporting students and parents to be promotoras or community health workers in the community. And so far, 13 have been trained in partnership with Mujeres en Acción and CCA, the Center for Community Advocacy. So this initial investment by your Board of Supervisors back in December of 2020 has really helped to support our community residents and address the disparate impacts from COVID. It has brought in additional funding, the federal grant that I mentioned, as well as other grants that the Community Foundation of Monterey County has been able to bring in. And as you can see, has really served as an impetus to expand other promotora or community health worker efforts here in our community. And with that, I will take any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jimenez. Let me look to my board members and see if there's anyone with a question. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, also I'm wondering if you can give us an update on the process by which there was going to be a formalization of the title CHW at the state level, especially for the Medi-Cal reimbursement. I'm just curious, I see that we're taking steps to do additional education, but are those in line with the state's requests and requirements so that when the time comes, we are prepared to hopefully transition funding sources?
Yes, most definitely. I can start answering, and then if Michael has anything to add, I would appreciate that. So our understanding is that community health workers will be able to bill for two separate activities, one of them being patient navigation services, meaning helping to support our patients at our Medi-Cal providers to ensure that they make their appointments, that they follow up with their labs, that they get their prescriptions. So really making sure that our patients are able to successfully navigate the complex health system that provides their services. The second service is patient education. So that's very broad. It could be patient education based on a specific health status. It could be general well-being. That's our preliminary understanding of the two benefits that will be reimbursed by DHCS for community health worker supports by registered Medi-Cal billable provider entities. I would say that the work that we've done with our community health workers since December of 2020, not only has it helped us to prioritize their services in those communities of greatest need, but we continue to expand their knowledge base based on what we're learning the community's needs are. And so I do think that we are well prepared to help support our community-based organizations to be able to submit an application to be considered a Medi-Cal billable provider and continue to support our residents based on their priority health needs.
Thank you, Supervisor.
So with that, I know that CHW currently has a certain requirement in terms of education or focus. Are we saying that now that we understand what those allowances are, we are aligning with those, and are we moving towards making sure our folks are prepared in order to be allowed to draw down? And if so, what percentage of the work that they're doing now would you estimate would be billable and recoverable?
You know, Supervisor, I'm not sure if I have an answer to your question in terms of what is going to be expected in terms of certification. We do have a partnership with Cabrillo College, and I think to some extent with the Workforce Development Board in terms of having a CHW certification program. I can't speak to if any of our CHWs as part of our VDA efforts have gone through that effort. I don't know if Michael knows the answer to that.
One of them has gone through it, and our CHW coordinator at the foundation has gone through it as well.
So if CHW certification is going to be a requirement in terms of being able to sign up to be a Medi-Cal billable providers, the county will help to support those community-based organizations and trying to funnel them through the appropriate certification course. And I see my colleague Krista Hani has just joined, so maybe she has a fuller answer in terms of the education or certification requirements for CHWs under the new Medi-Cal covered benefit, and if our existing CBOs and CHWs will be ready for that. Krista? Are you there?
Krista, if you want to unmute yourself.
Thank you for letting me know that. I was on the screen, couldn't see that. We still are waiting to hear from the state on exactly what they are going to require. From what we'd heard, there's the potential that various types of certification programs that are already in existence will be utilized. And then we're also going to be hoping to hear from them that as CBOs will get to be grandfathered in with some of the trainings that they are doing. But we haven't heard yet from the state. They haven't finalized what that certification will look like, unfortunately. However, we are doing lots of training with our CHWs, and also working hard to connect them with any certification programs that are out there, and working to get more grant funds in to help expand those programs and waive fees, et cetera, for the CHWs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hani. Is that, are you complete at this point? Okay, Supervisor Phillips, any questions or comments? Supervisor Alejo, any questions or comments?
None.
Okay, I'll take it out to the public then and see if there's any member of the public who would like to comment on this item today. I'm seeing no hands raised. Okay, with that, I will bring it back and ask my same question. Is there anything that you are looking for from us today, Ms. Jimenez?
No, today we were just providing an updated response to the referral, and as directed by your board in March with the approval of the extension, we will have periodic updates to your board with respect to our local VIVA project and effort. So I anticipate we'll be coming back in about a quarter, in 3 months, with an additional update, and then at the conclusion of the project funding.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And with that, I will close item 27 and actually, I think that was item 26, wasn't it? Yes, it was. And move forward with item 27.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Elsie Jimenez and the Community Foundation for and Krista Honey and others who have worked on the VITA project, because it's clearly one of those successful efforts here. So thank you. Item 27 is another board referral update, and this one is on the Mental Health Services Act. And I think we have our Behavioral Health Director, Katie Eckert, on Zoom here.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams, member of the Board of Supervisors, and members of the public. I am Katie Eckert. I am the Behavioral Health Director, or the Behavioral Health Bureau Chief here in Monterey County. And I'm really pleased to respond to the board's request on the current uses of MHSA funds, our plan to expend the $55 million in reserves, and to provide an update on our MHSA funded services and strategies. Attached to the board agenda is an extensive amount of information, and you'll be relieved to know that I don't plan on going through every piece of it with you today, as that would take a really extended period of time. But all of that information is available, and if you have questions or concerns or would like to review it more in depth with me, I'd be happy to make time to do that with you. So some of the information that is attached are the MHSA history, allocations, and the allowable uses, the MHSA charts and tables, the draft annual update, which was approved this morning, the annual update needs assessment, the community services and supports program updates, the prevention and early intervention program updates, the innovation program updates, workforce education and training summary, the latest notice from Department of Healthcare Services that states that we have no funds at risk of reversion right now. We have also a preliminary analysis report, and then most importantly, in response to this item, is some of our outcomes and effectiveness program by program. So again, in the interest of time, I'm just going to touch on some highlights and start by giving you a little bit of an overview. So since the beginning of COVID, and against all predictions, revenues based on the millionaire's income taxes have done very, very well. While the state and local jurisdictions, including Monterey, had expected a downturn and a reduction of revenues. Spending plans were adjusted to reflect the expected revenue amounts. And then when revenues came in at these unprecedented levels, fund balances were built up. And at the same time, as we had kind of this unprecedented increase in the revenue side, we've also been experiencing a shortage of mental health professionals. And so while we budgeted to the service levels that we believed were in the best interest of our community, many of those positions remained vacant, and we did not fully expend our budgeted dollars, which also led to increasing fund balances
and most significantly in the 2021 fiscal year. So the Bureau responded by following the required community planning process, incorporating the new projections as well as the use of the additional fund balances realized into the MHSA reserves, and incorporating all of those into the 3-year plan through the annual update process. Expenditures for the year ending June 2022, so just in a couple of weeks, are estimated to be millions of dollars more than what was spent in last year. And all of these expenditures are included as part of the current 3-year plan. Besides the requirement to have the expenditures be built into the 3-year program plan, then the MHSA funds also have the categorical restrictions that we also must follow. And so that includes for community services and supports, which gets about 76% of our revenues. 51% of that has to go for full service partnerships, which is wraparound services for those individuals who are most seriously mentally ill. Prevention and early intervention gets 19% of revenues, with a minimum of 51% being spent on young adults and children under the age of 25. Innovation gets 5% of the funds, and projects have to be approved by the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. And they have to be about learning and trying something new, as opposed to implementing an evidence-based practice. And then workforce education and capital facilities and technology no longer get a direct allocation, but 10% of our community services and support revenues can be transferred to fund those important areas. Again, I really want to emphasize we have 0 funds at risk of reversion right now. We monitor our revenues and our expenditures very closely. Right now, the only place that we could see any risk on the future is potentially in innovation, and that is only if the state does not approve the innovation plans that we're proposing. And so any risks would be about 2 years out, not anything immediate. And I fully expect that the state is going to approve some of our proposals. One of the key requests that of your board was to know more about the services we're supporting through MHSA and what that means to our community. Detail by program is included as one of the attachments, and I'd like to highlight just a few pieces. So community services and supports. We served 8,934 beneficiaries last year with MHSA community services and supports funds. 52% of those individuals served were Hispanic and Latino, and that 52% represents a 12% increase over the last 10 years. Again, really due to our focus of increasing services to that portion of our population. Each of the program slides, if you look at the outcomes and effectiveness, will show demographic information, including age group, race, ethnicity, region of residence, gender, and preferred language, as well as the total number of clients served in that specific program and some of the highlights of success from that specific program. I think a couple of other things that I'd like to mention that are just kind of overall and kind of touch on every piece. We really work to create and expand telehealth and telephone services, as well as maintain necessary in-person treatment modalities. Part of this included working with clients to help them learn how to access internet and use technology for telehealth. And so our efforts helped adults with SMI stabilize, reduce hospitalizations and arrests, provide homeless services and supports, help transition age youth, families, and children get treatment, connection to community supports, and stabilize and start building healthy paths for their future here in our community. In our prevention and early intervention programs, we served over 19,000 people. Some of the highlights for our prevention and early intervention was really an input being given back about Monterey County Behavioral Health providing a high quality of service, reported outcomes and satisfaction levels with our prevention efforts have steadily increased over the past 3 years. Capital facilities, our dollars will be supporting the new Alisal Integrated Children's Clinic, which is now under construction. They will be going towards renovating a Pearl Street location to increase access to care, and also will be going towards the creation of a proposed local mental health rehabilitation center, repurposing a retired county facility. Our current innovation projects are micro-innovation for grants increasing Latinx engagement, web-based mental health screening tool development, transportation coaching by wellness navigators, psychiatric advanced directives, and a residential care facility incubator. And then we also have several proposals in the pipeline seeking approval from the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission to get approval to start some other what we believe are innovative ideas, which will help us learn and hopefully find new and better ways to serve our community. And so as a general overview, that kind of encapsulates it all. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Katie, thank you for that really comprehensive overview. I appreciate it very much. So let's go to the board and see if there are any questions or comments. Supervisor Phillips? No. Supervisor Lopez? Supervisor Rudascu?
Just want to say thank you again, Ms. Eckert, for the presentation. We did receive a fairly detailed presentation similar to this at the Budget Committee, where we had an opportunity to ask questions and engage in some additional conversation, but really appreciate the work that you're doing. I'm hearing positive things from the community. I just want to encourage you to keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. Supervisor Alejo.
Yes, thank you. And I want to thank Ms. Eckert for her presentation and all the many slides that address some of the outcomes of the program. But the last time we were talking about the $55 million surplus, right? And the most updated memo says that perhaps there's going to be more funds on top of that. What do you expect the surplus to grow to in this coming fiscal year?
I expect us to be drawing down from that surplus. So we have increased our expending this year over last year, somewhere between 10 and $15 million. And we are looking at stepping up our expenditures at a higher ramping up, as well as looking at some of one-time expenditures, like some of the capital facility pieces, which would take some pretty significant chunks from fund balance. One of the things that is challenging with MHSA is that we do not know what our revenues will be until after the year has ended, because people file their taxes, say, in mid-April, and so we don't get our settlements and adjustments from the state of California until the July or August timeframe after the year is closed. And so we, again, are looking at the forecasts that the state has, based on, what they expect the economy to be doing and what they expect income taxes to be. And we are steadily increasing our trajectory of expenditures, but also trying to be cautious because we know that there is potential recession that could impact millionaires, and we wouldn't want to dig a hole and be unable to fund the programs that our community relies on. But all that being said, we are looking at drawing down fund balances. We are looking at bringing our expenditures absolutely in alignment with our revenues, and so right. Fund balances will be shrinking over the next years.
That was definitely the purpose of the referral, was just to making sure we're having an expenditure plan so that the surplus didn't keep growing and having a growing amount sitting in those surplus accounts. But the memo did seem to indicate that there's more money coming on top of the 55 million. It seemed like there was an expectation that even more money perhaps would be coming into the county coffers for MHSA. But the other real issue, besides coming with, and I'm glad that you're helping us, making sure that we're expending the money and serving the people that MHSA was intended to serve. But one of the biggest crises, as we all know, is homelessness. And it seems like with that should be definitely a priority area for us, knowing that this is probably the area where we get more concern from the community. They're wanting to see more people get those services they need, whether it's housing, mental health, healthcare. And so with such a large amount, do you think that the expenditure plan for next fiscal year will reflect an increase in trying to address one of the greatest crises we face in Monterey County with our homeless residents using MHSA funding?
To some extent, I think that there are a couple of pieces. I mean, so it's possible that our prevention and early intervention efforts might be able to assist in some of the contacts and, helping guide people who have more mild to moderate levels of mental illness or haven't really decompensated to a place where their mental illness is putting them at say high risk of institutionalization, whether that be incarcerated for a jail or repeated 5150s or going down the route of an LPS conservatorship. Community services and supports monies are there to serve the most seriously mentally ill individuals. The subset of the homeless population that meets that definition, we can serve with community services and supports. And we can look for, again, those people who are most seriously mentally ill. We can look and assist with some of the full service partnership, which can include housing. That, of course, doesn't mean that we have sufficient housing or beds available in our local community. So we serve to the best of our ability to do so. It also doesn't mean that it is a wide open door. For instance, if someone has, say, more mild to moderate mental illness, but a very strong, say, substance use problem, MHSA funds are not there for the substance use side. I mean, so that they sometimes can help when there's co-occurring disorders, but MHSA funds are for the seriously mentally ill, not for the serious substance using population. And then, of course, there's part of our homeless population who just have bad behavior that is not related to their mental health condition in any way, shape, or form, but it is not appropriate behaviors, in our society. And so then that's yet another subset of people who are challenging to serve, and we continue to look for ways to serve them better.
The reason I'm saying this is that I'm hoping that with this large amount of funding that we do have, that we could report a year from now to the community saying we've increased the number of homeless residents being served using MHSA funding. On top of that, the city of Salinas, King City are working on bringing those Project Home Key projects online, hopefully within the next year. But that's permanent supportive housing, but it's the services that go along with that are critical to keeping people. And I think that's at least over 200 units there alone. So it seems like there's some opportunities that are lining up where we could use MHSA funding, matching that with the Project Home Key to be able to serve those residents and give them the services they need. And that's why I'm just saying with this MHSA, it'd be nice a year from now that we can report, yes, we collaborate on these projects. We served an additional 200 people from the previous year. Then it's a report card we want to give to the community that we are increasing the number of people being served using this funding. So that would be my goal. I hope that the health department, the Behavioral Health Bureau could help us strategically use that money to be able to use it to serve the people who we know. That is the greatest crisis, I think, that we face in our communities in all parts of Monterey County. And we have to show the community we are doing more with the money the state is giving us for this. The only other last thing I would just address, because it came up in the Salinas City Council and I asked for a presentation, was having to look at our mobile crisis response team, and the city is interested in looking at that CAHOOTS program out of Oregon, and then the other program out of Denver. And this was when I looked at the website about what that program has done for the last 31 years, it seemed to be a little bit more than a mobile crisis response. It was actually where the 911 dispatchers deploys social worker in only certain types of cases. The lower level cases where perhaps a police officer didn't have to respond, I think it accounted for 17% of the calls in that community. And this is something that Chief Felice has indicated wanting to work with the county and explore more, and perhaps if that could relieve some of the workload on the police officers and we could deploy a different type of team for these other types of cases, it's worth doing it. So this seems like one of those other perfect programs where MHSA dollars could perhaps to be used to explore this kind of program in collaboration with the city of Salinas. Any thoughts on that, and when that presentation might come to the board, and whether MHSA could be used for that?
So part of that we'd have to look and see, I mean, because again, we have to go through the community stakeholder process to get all the different pieces built into the MHSA plan. So the 3-year plan. This fall, we will be kicking off the new planning process for the upcoming 3-year plan. And, and that's definitely one of the things that I expect to hear more about and being able to build in more. That being said, I believe that we have a limited amount already going towards mobile crisis efforts. The major challenge that we have right now with mobile crisis is a workforce shortage. So I can tell you right now, we're 50% staffed for the mobile crisis efforts that we have underway right now. So 50% vacant. And we are having active discussions with the different cities and law enforcement about their desire to ramp up mobile crisis services. And so I will be working with the County Behavioral Health Directors Association, because we're not the only community that is looking at wanting to expand mobile crisis. We're going to be talking about what our best practices, what can we do when we're all experiencing this workforce shortage and we have this unprecedented increase in demand and our communities need it. So we are going to be looking for creative ways to build up our mobile crisis response efforts. I can't tell you exactly what that looks like right now, but right now we're in an information gathering mode. And then looking for how we can take and learn from what others have done, whether they are in our other California counties or whether they are from other states, so that we can learn and then adapt what has been invented in a way that is going to work for us here in Monterey.
Right, but you just a quick question. So you think some of the MHSA funding could potentially be used for that?
I do believe that there is potential for some MHSA.
I look forward to hearing more and being part of the process on that as well, and exploring this, because it is seems to be a priority for the Salinas City Council members. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Yes, Supervisor.
I'm okay waiting until after public comment, just on process, if that's all right.
Thank you, of course. So is there any member of the public that wishes to weigh in on this subject? I see no one in chambers, and I am not seeing anyone with their hand raised. So I'll bring it back to the board, and I think Supervisor.
So I'll just say, thank you, Katie. Working with you as the supervisor appointed to the Behavioral Health Commission has been refreshing, and I really enjoy the work we do there. And I want the board to know that we have very strong leadership on that commission. Folks are very opinionated and love process. And so I know that's why Katie's really sticking to the response about process. It's because that's what is expected from the commissioners that sit there and help us develop the process and projects that we move through. But lastly, I just want to say, obviously, there's been some very significant votes at the state level on care court, and all of that, I would assume at the end of the day would in some way, if approved as is, fall back into Katie's lap in one form or another. And so she talks about the strains on staffing and levels of service. I can only imagine what will happen if that goes through the way it is. I know that it's moving through extremely rapidly without a lot of concern or dissent being expressed by many folks. And I know for me, it's a major cause for concern just based on what I understand our system looks like now in terms of challenges on staffing, but wanted to take this opportunity to raise that as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Phillips and Supervisor Alejo, you must be exhausted. Okay, no other comments and no other comments here. Okay, we will then, I took it out to the public and there was no comment from the public. So I will bring it back. Are you looking, Katie, are you looking for any action from the board today?
I think no action needed, but definitely informational. And again, happy to be, as transparent as you would like.
Thank you so very much.
So, Madam Chair, just a last question for Katie. Is when will we get a next report on MHSA? Because we there's such a large amount there of 55 million, and even if we increase some of the amounts, it'd be important to know at what point, how much do we plan to expend next fiscal year, or do you expect to keep a large surplus still in that account?
So again, it will be planned drawdowns over multiple years, and then part of it too is just kind of adjusting for this kind of fluctuation in revenue that we don't know. We are looking at what the state is forecasting, and the state is forecasting a continued increase of revenue over the next couple of years. We are looking at growing our expenses at a level that is slightly under what the state's revenue forecasts are, because I really don't have a high level of confidence in the state's revenue forecasts. I think that they are quite optimistic, and maybe that's real and maybe that's great. So right now what I know is I'm going to get the annual true up for MHSA sometime July or August. So I will know what our revenues were for the year the year that is about to end. Well, actually, it'll be the true up from the calendar year 2021, because that's what the income taxes are based on, is calendar year 2021 right now. And so, so if the calendar year 2021 income taxes came in stronger than had been forecast, then we might actually get additional fund balance. Or if they come in weaker than what was kind of put out there already, then we might owe money back that we've already spent. And so I think probably our next update will be coming to the Finance Committee with our regular updates on MHSA dollars and reserves. And I would really like to have that year information, as well as, we definitely can look at what has been approved by the MHS OAC for innovation plans. We'll be able to look at what our year-end final expenses are, and just kind of see where we really are starting this year, knowing that we requested it, and your board has approved a pretty extensive budget increase for behavioral health operations, both what we do directly and what we do through our contract organizations to serve our community.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, last call. Not seeing anything from anyone, so I'm going to thank you again, Katie, very much. And at this point, I'm going to close item 27 and go to County Administrative Officer comments, item number 28.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two comments today. One is that our Animal Services over, through the health department is inundated with animals, mainly cats and dogs. And any help people can provide would be great. They need foster homes at the moment. And if you want to help and be a foster parent to a cat or a dog, contact Brady K at co.monterey.ca.us, Brady K at co.monterey.ca.us, or call 831-769-8798. 769-8798. I'm sure you can also find it on the county's website. Appreciate anybody's help there. And these are because people are not spaying and neutering, as Supervisor Lopez mentioned this morning. In addition, our treasurer tax collector just wanted to make some quick comments on the property tax assistance program that she is helping to roll out. And I think she has a staff member who may actually share their screen. I'm not sure who.
Yeah, I'll call on her in a minute. Thank you very much, Mr. McKee. Good afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the board, Mary Zeeb, treasurer tax collector. And I'm very pleased to announce a property tax assistance program that will grant eligible homeowners up to $20,000 to pay their delinquent property taxes. So what I'd like to do is give you a little bit of backstory on this program. As we began to see COVID relief roll out for businesses, renters, and homeowners with mortgages, we identified a population that also could benefit from relief, but that population had not yet been addressed. That was homeowners who no longer had mortgages, which often includes our elderly population, or homeowners who were able to keep their mortgages current. So in January of this year, I, along with 4 other treasurer tax collectors in the state, began working with the Cal HFA Homeowners Relief Corporation to expand the newly established California Mortgage Relief Program to include a property tax relief component. I'm pleased to let you know that program went live last week. So what this means is that property owners in Monterey County, and actually the rest of the state, can apply for up to $20,000 to pay for property tax arrearages, and the funds never have to be paid back. So if I could ask Jennifer Pittenger in my office to share her screen, I have a little bit of a graphic while I walk through some of the eligibility requirements. Of course, there's eligibility requirements. So individuals have to be delinquent on property taxes before May 31st of this year, and they have to currently be past due. They have to have had a pandemic-related financial hardship, such as a reduction in income or an increase in household expenses. They have to have a household income at or below the county income limit, which is 150% of the county's area median income based on federal limits. And they have to own a single-family home, condo, or permanently affixed manufactured home and reside in that home. My office has already sent out notices to delinquent taxpayers about the program, and we're working with Mr. Pasculi on extending outreach to the community and our community partners that can help disseminate this information to our residents. Cal HFA manages the program, and they're working closely with my office for a verification of tax amounts. And taxpayers who apply and meet the requirements can expect a fairly quick resolution and payment of property tax delinquencies. Taxpayers can apply online at camortgagerelief.org or 1-888-840-2594 to have an assistant walk them through the process. Of course, my office is always available to help direct taxpayers. Funding is disseminated in a first come, first serve basis. So I encourage individuals who think that they may qualify to apply as soon as possible. So thank you, Mr. McKee, for allowing me to use your period to announce this wonderful program.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zeeb. That's great news to a lot of people. Okay, zooming back to our agenda. You have completed your comments. Oh, sure. Is there any public comment on CAO McKee's public comments, including the information from Treasurer Tax Collector Mary Zeeb? Do we see any hands raised? I'm seeing no hands raised at this time. Okay, very good. Thank you so much, Mary. Okay, now we'll go back to board comments, and I will start in district order. Supervisor Olejo, have you any comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll be brief. I just want to make an announcement that today we lost Mas Hashimoto. He was a leader in the Japanese American Citizens League, originally out of Watsonville, but he did a lot of civil rights work throughout the state. But back in 2018 in our chambers, he participated in that apology ceremony for the 1943 Monterey County resolution that strongly opposed the release of Japanese Americans under Executive Order 9066. Over nearly 120,000 Japanese Americans. Some were immigrants, many were citizens who were unjustly and unconstitutionally interned in internment camps across the nation. But so I just wanted to express to his wife, Marcia Hashimoto, my deepest condolences. And the Monterey Bay lost a great leader within the Asian American community. And we're thankful for all his lifetime of service. I do want to point out that he was interned himself for 3.5 years at the age of 6 years old. But despite his hardship and all the adversity they overcame, he went on to serve our nation in the United States Army, became a history teacher at Watsonville High School, and was like I said, was a leader for many decades in the JACL as well. So I just wanted to express my deepest condolences for him as a friend and as a fellow activist. We are going to miss him. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next, we have Supervisor Phillips.
Oh, I had a belated Father Day yesterday, since my granddaughter was playing in a basketball tournament in LA on Sunday, and my daughter was working. So we had a rather contentious ping pong tournament. And I got to say, all my family are terrible losers, but they're even more obnoxious winners. So we left on fairly good terms. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, a couple things this week, Madam Chair. First, want to congratulate the Arts Council and their champions. Had a wonderful celebration Saturday night of the arts in Monterey County. I want to especially thank and congratulate Jan Harkins for her 62 years between her and her mother of running the Academy, the Dance Foundation in King City. Their troop came out and did an incredible presentation that evening. So just wanted to throw them a special shout out today as we continue to remember what a great night Saturday was in celebrating artists from our community. I also wanted to just remind the community that this weekend is Ciclovia in Greenfield. That'll be running most of the day. Invite everyone out to join us for a great time as they shut down the main street there in town and welcome the community out to use it for its highest and best use, which is for the kids in the community. At the same time, ask folks to be aware that our temperatures are rising quickly in southern Monterey County. Earlier today, I posted, it looks like almost every day this week will be over 100 degrees in Greenfield, even hotter in King City. And the further south you go, as you can imagine, it gets warmer. So ask folks to look in on one another, check in on the elderly, especially the cranky, and make sure that you're checking to make sure that everyone is taken care of, even your pets who don't have a voice to tell you that the floor is extremely hot. The pavement does get a lot hotter than the air, and so they can burn their paws. Encourage folks to stay cool and try to get through the next 10 days, which look extremely warm down south. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And thank you for that alert. Okay, thank you. First, I want to say that I hope our county staff enjoyed our first official Juneteenth holiday. I'm so glad that we were able to make that happen. We're going to be having a special meeting of the Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee this Thursday, June 23rd at 10 a.m. The focus of the meeting is going to be on proposed improvements on Carmel Valley Road that are going to be needed for the Carmel Rancho Village project. We're also going to be having a community meeting focused on the Carmel Lagoon issues on June 29th at 5:30, and you can contact my office if you would like additional information about that. I want to tell you two things. One is that at the Champion of the Arts, Chris Lopez just made such a beautiful presentation to Ms. Harkness as he talked about his sister going through the dance studio, the dance classes, and what an impact that had on their entire family. It was really lovely. I was so thankful to be there to get to hear you say that. Then I also want to talk about another event that I went to over the weekend out in Carmel Valley, and that was a fire safe prepare fair. And it was really incredible. It was very, very well intended. But what's so wonderful about this to me is that this was started by a woman named Stacy Owen, who lives up in Robles del Rio. She called our office. She was really unhappy, didn't know what to do about the road, just one road in and one road out. It was really, really vexing her. So we chatted and made some suggestions. And based on that, she organized her neighborhood and started a fire safe group. This was way out of her comfort zone. This is a very, very retiring young woman. And she did this. And now, because of her efforts, there's a fire safe neighborhood in about 4 different places out in the Carmel Valley Village area. And now they're starting 2 at the mouth of the valley. And I'm just so delighted for her community effort, pushing herself. That's made a big difference in Carmel Valley as far as people being prepared for fire. You may have heard that we had a rather unfortunate Zoom bombing incident last week in the community meeting that I had regarding the Los Laureles grade roundabout. And it is truly deeply disappointing to have experienced firsthand such just disruptive and absolutely vulgar behavior at a public meeting. But I want to thank my staff for handling it so deftly and so quickly. And it's the first time anything like that's ever happened to me. But clearly there were people in the audience. We have almost 100 people online. There were several people who were just giving Colleen excellent ideas. Do this, do this, do that. We did it, and the whole thing was over in less than 5 minutes. But I'll tell you, it was the longest 5 minutes of my life. We won't be having another meeting until July 12th. So I hope everyone has a safe and a very enjoyable and thoughtful 4th of July weekend. So thank you very much. For that, I will turn to have readout from closed session by County Council for both the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. There was no reportable action on either the county agenda or the Water Resources Agency agenda.
Thank you. And now I'm going to turn it back to Supervisor Phillips as we adjourn in memory of Justice Nat Agliano.
Yeah, it's with heavy heart that I report the death of one of my dearest friends, Justice Ned Agliano. And my wife wrote some things out that, but I hesitate to refer him as Justice because when you introduced him that way, he'd always say just Nat. And that was just a small piece of his humility. I've known him for a long, long time. He married Patty and I 50 years ago, swore me in as a Superior Court judge, swore me in once again. Some of you were here when my second term of supervisor. He was an interesting, fascinating man. His parents came from Sicily. They lived in Philadelphia until 1945 when they moved to Monterey, and his parents worked in the cannery business. He attended high school here, Monterey Peninsula College, and then went to Cal Berkeley. Interesting, he was a member of the 1948 Monterey High football team that was named the Monterey County Sports Team of the Century, along with Joe Grammatico's dad and Mayor Dan Albert were on that. He went on to play then and was Monterey Peninsula College Hall of Fame, the U.S. Berkeley class of 1954 Hall of Fame, and at 160 pounds, 5'9", he was first string guard and played on baseball first string guard for Cal Bears. So Supervisor Aleo will appreciate that. And then he went on to Monterey County Bar. He graduated from Cal Berkeley, was in the Army for 2 years, then went to law school, and then was in the litigation in the Attorney General's office in Sacramento for 2 years. Then he joined the law firm of Pinelli and Agliano. Mike Pinelli was the trial attorney back in those days with Nat. He was appointed to the Salinas bench in 1972 and was there about 2 minutes, and then went up to the Superior Court where he served for 12 years. And he was the judge. I don't know of any of us. He was the judge. He just looked at you and you knew you were stepping a little too far. He never had to say anything, but he was probably the finest judge I ever appeared before of, and I practiced in Alameda County and Contra Costa County before I came here. I remember when he was trying the famous case when the Raiders were trying to keep, or the Oakland was trying to keep the Raiders from moving to Los Angeles, and they brought the change of venue down here. And as a young DA, you watched all the dramaticals going on, and Martin Latsky was there. The former mayor, Joe Aliotta, was there. Al Davis was there. It was a big thing, and he handled it, all the pressure in the press and everything. He handled it with class and grace. He was married to Lil, and she's in 1953. They were married for almost 70 years. They had their children. His son Michael passed away, but they has 3 daughters: Lisa, Cheryl, and Julie. 5 grandchildren. He was truly one of the greatest judges. When my wife told Judge Moody that he had passed, his quote was, "His courtroom was a cathedral of the law." And I don't think any of us that followed after him ever compared that. He was just a great golfer. He was golfing up to 4 months before he passed away. And he was always, he wasn't even coming close to shooting his age. He was well below that. So they're having a memorial service July 17th at the Corral, the club where he played and was a member of for 60 years. So thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me these comments on my old friend.
Thank you so much for your remarks. I knew him a bit and thought that he was really a very gracious person, but I'm sorry at the loss of your dear friend. With that, we will stay adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great 4th.
He went in the hospital and he got a bacteria